Chapter 3355. Could it be so coincidental? Draw the person you saw, Lu Yin said to Xianxia. Xianxia silently drew Yan Gang's appearance. Everyone looked at Yan Gang's appearance. He was a very ordinary person. In Xianxia's words, he was worse than an ant. An ant needed to be stepped on to kill, but this person did not even need to be stepped on. Lu Yin took a deep breath. It is indeed him. Master, do you know this person? Jialan Jilua asked. Lu Yin nodded. This person was one of my first enemies. He was a strong opponent when I first stepped into the world of cultivation. But after so many years, my enemies have either been dealt with or forgotten. I did not expect this person to appear again. No wonder he was hiding in a worm nest. Seems like he wants to take revenge on me. Wu Tian pondered. Is it karma? Lu Yin was surprised. Karma? Wu Tian said, karma is more mysterious than time and space. It is difficult to understand. Legend has it that there is karma in the mirage. People often say that karma is karma. Karma must have changed some intelligent civilizations and passed down generation after generation. But until now, no one has been able to clarify it. The closest is you, Master, using time as karma to fill the past and the future. Also, there is Master Qing Chao's karma chain. In the past, Lu Yin had used the ancestor's sword from the future to travel through time to deal with Wei Nu. Later, to make up for this karma, he had repaired the ancestor's sword and sent it to Zhou Xian Academy. At that time the karma was very clear. It was the karma that he had planted. And Master Qing Chao's karma chain was just a guess. Did karma really exist in the world? Lu Yin thought of Saruzan's innate gift. It was called karma. The amount of sin one had in one's heart would be reflected by this gift. It was very magical and was very similar to karma. The guilt that one had planted because of karma would eventually be repaid. At that time, Saruzan's words also reminded him of what he had heard. Perhaps this universe is an existence that can be quantified. Whether it is combat power, behavior, mood, past footprints, kindness, sins, etc., they can all be quantified. Any person, any living thing, plant, animal, or dead thing can be quantified, or in other words, designed. Whatever you have experienced, it will be recorded for you at an unseen height. Was this karma? Karma was the mark of this quantified and designed world. Those who saw this mark could interpret karma. Saruzan could see that mark. Could he see karma? Lu Yin looked at Yan Gang's appearance. This person had karma with Lu Yin, and if not for Lu Yin, Yan Gang would not have acted in such a manner. Yan Gang would have continued to follow Yan Feng on Fire's Melt planet. Perhaps he would have remained in Frostwave Weave for the rest of his life, but Fire's Melt planet would still exist. And Yan Feng might even have married Jenny Anna. Because of him, the Fire's Melt planet was gone, Yan Feng was dead, and he had to wander the universe. There was no right or wrong. There was no absolute right or wrong in the world of cultivation. It was Yi Shiwen who had caused him to become like this. It was also because of Yi Shiwen that the insectoid nest had appeared. He had coincidentally obtained the insectoid nest. Because he hated Yi Shiwen, he had hidden the insectoid nest, resulting in the current situation. The appearance of the Azure King was his revenge. Although he was just a tool and could be killed at any time, his revenge had been completed. When this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. At that moment, would the karma between the two of them disappear? Karma and time were mysterious and unfathomable. Lu Yin could not see through them, and neither could the primogenitors. Then could an eternal life realm expert see through them? Was that why Master Grass had the karma chain on his wrist? Was it because he could see through karma? Touch karma? If touching karma could only be done by reaching the eternal life realm, then once one grasped the karma of the forbidden land in the Mirage domain, did that mean that they had reached the eternal life realm? Was that the path to the eternal life realm? If that path really was the path to the eternal life realm, then Wei Nu was not lying. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Yin's mind. He seemed to have grasped something, but at the same time he did not. Why did the eternal life realm attack you? Lu Yuan asked again. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin and Lu Yin looked back. Because of the turbid treasure. Turbid treasure? Lu Yuan did not expect this. It was only then that everyone recalled that Xianxia should have a turbid treasure, and this was something that Zhaolan Jilua had told them. During the second Calamity Region battle, Xianxia had announced that his turbid treasure to the outside world was his sword, the 3-foot Azure Edge Limitless. Zhaolan Jilua had also told Lu Yin and the others the same thing, but everyone had been fooled. What is your turbid treasure? Zhao could not help but ask. She had been fooled once and was very concerned. Tianxi was helpless. Spirit seed. What spirit seed? The spirit seed of my spiritualized universe. Tianxi spoke frankly with a bitter look on his face. I'm a cultivator from the spiritualized universe. When I start practicing, I have a chance to shed my spiritual skin. You should be clear about this. This spiritual seed will give me another chance to shed my spiritual skin. Everyone was shocked. So that was it. It was very easy for a powerhouse to obtain a spiritualized weapon or innate gift after spirit molting. These weapons or innate gifts were very powerful, and having another chance to spirit molt meant having another spiritualized weapon or innate gift. That would be different. Innate gifts were synonymous with powerhouses in any universe. When Lu Yin had first stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had already known that those with innate gifts could join the 10 Arbiters' Council unconditionally, regardless of their strength. This was the dream of the younger generation, and they could grasp authority in advance and stand at the peak of the universe. Anyone who joined the 10 Arbiters' Council would be respected by everyone. Tianxi had not aroused any suspicion when he had used a spiritualized weapon to impersonate a turbid treasure. This showed just how powerful a spiritualized weapon was. This meant that the turbid treasure was a spiritualized weapon or innate gift that gave him another chance to advance his strength. To a spiritualized universe cultivator, this was the most suitable turbid treasure. The Eternal attacked you because he wanted to steal your spirit seed? But he's not a spiritualized universe cultivator, so it's useless even if he obtained the spirit seed, Hongyan Mavis said. Wu Tian shook his head. The Eternal doesn't care about the spirit seed, but rather the turbid treasure itself. Turbid treasures are strange existences, so perhaps the Eternal wants to obtain something from them. Lu Yin said, he's always wanted to steal Uncle Zhang's 3 divine artifacts, and he's very persistent about the turbid treasure. Tianxi gritted his teeth and said bitterly, I thought I had fooled him and used a fake turbid treasure to trick him into bringing me to see the primordial. I never expected the Eternal to see through it and even attack me. The primordial? Everyone looked at him strangely. Tianxi did not suspect anything. The primordial is with the Eternal. No, they shouldn't be together. Otherwise, the primordial would not have allowed the Eternal to attack me. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He said that the primordial and I are both spiritualized and he has no reason to attack me. He then looked at Lu Yin. Master Lu, I must kill the Eternal. Give me a chance and let me help you deal with the Eternal. I will tell the spiritualized universe what the Eternal did and let them deal with him. Lu Yin did not care. If the one true God dared to do this, then he was not afraid of the spiritualized universe finding out. In his eyes, was becoming enemies with the spiritualized universe not as important as obtaining the turbid treasure? Then would Uncle Jiang be in danger? Tianxi did not know that the primordial was imprisoned in the above heaven sect, and Lu Yin and the rest did not say anything. Of course, they did not immediately execute him either. Even if they did, they would not treat it so lightly. After all, Tianxi had once persecuted the primordial realm powerhouse. The significance of his death was different from the others. Tianxi was imprisoned separately from the primordial. Right, there was also Palace Mistress Yao who was imprisoned within the aura of death. Among the younger cultivators from the spiritualized universe, there were quite a few who had cultivated Lu Yun's power. Lu Yin sat at the back of the above heaven sect. He raised his hand and his die appeared. He did not need to interrogate the spiritualized elites. He only needed to merge with them. He pointed. After rolling the die 4 times, he did not get 6 pips. 2 times he rolled 4 pips, which gave Lu Yin 2 years in the time-stop space. During these 2 years, the landscape painting had shrunk by more than half. The Heaven Devourer parasol and the 8 tribes had also shrunk slightly. The particles in Lu Yin's heart were filled with so close, yet worlds apart, the 8 hands of Seal the Gate and the Devourer parasol. The landscape painting had been used by progenitor Chen more than once in multiple battles, so the amount of particles in the painting had been greatly reduced. Although it was still boundless, it was not as exaggerated. The 8 tribes were different from the Heaven Devourer parasol. As long as they were completely broken down into particles, the number of particles in Lu Yin's body would be incomparably exaggerated. No, the number of light wheels would definitely surpass that of a Grand Empyrean. This was equivalent to the particles of more than 100 powerhouses. It would be even more exaggerated if he could break down the sealed realm. The landscape paintings particles had come from 77 people, the 8 tribes from 51, and the Heaven Devourer parasol from 62. As for the sealed realm, it had come from 359 people, which was twice as many as the previous 3 combined. Unfortunately, the sealed realm had been taken away by the round-faced elder. Lu Yin desired to break down even more of the sequence foundations. This might be his path, but his path was different from everyone else's. 10 days later, Lu Yin rolled his die again. This time it went smoothly and he rolled enhance on his second try. However, he did not find the glowing orb when he entered the dark space. It was not as if he could find it just because he was close. Being able to fuse with Furball and Xianxia's body had been pure luck. Lu Yin shook his head, left the dark space and continued rolling. Another 10 days passed and this time he rolled enhance. He entered the dark space but there was still nothing there. How unlucky. 10 days later Lu Yin rolled enhance again but there was still nothing there. He rolled enhance again but there was still nothing there. Lu Yin sank into deep thought. This was not right. He had entered the dark space 4 times, but he had not found the glowing orb. This was clearly not what he had expected. Was he too unlucky? Had he been too far away from the spiritualized universe all 4 times? Lu Yin looked in the direction of the inner verse, stood up and took a step forward. When he reappeared he was already above the astral river. He took another step and arrived outside the 5th pagoda. No one could see him. This place was very close to the spiritualized universe's elite geniuses. Continue. End of chapter. Chapter 3356. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yin tapped his die and rolled it. He rolled enhance several times and finally disintegrated the landscape map. At this point, there was no longer any landscape map in the universe. He watched the die slowly spin. 3 continue 2 continue 6. Lu Yin's consciousness entered the dark space once more, but there was still nothing there. Lu Yin looked at the 5th pagoda. There had to be a problem somewhere as it was impossible for nothing to happen 5 times. He entered the 5th pagoda and found the spiritualized universe's elite geniuses, who were currently very busy. Ever since the war between the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe had been announced, the Tianyuan universe had experienced a new wave of cultivation. Countless people had rushed into the 5th pagoda in hopes of unraveling the spiritualized universe. Those from the spiritualized universe could not stay idle at all, and many people lined up to fight the spiritualized universe's elites. In fact, if not for their cultivation being restricted to the Melder, Limiter or Explorer realm, not many cultivators from the Tianyuan universe who had entered the 5th pagoda would be their match. Those elites had all been recognized by the spiritualized universe, and those who had followed them into the Tianyuan universe were the absolute elites. "Watch my blade," a girl shouted as she slashed at Lu Yin with a blade that was even larger than herself. Lu Yin was speechless. He flicked his finger and knocked the blade away from the girl's hand, stabbing it into the ground. The girl took a few steps back and excitedly said, "You're really powerful." "Again. Why did you hit me?" Lu Yin asked. The girl snorted and waved her fist. "Everyone has the right to punish external enemies." "I'm not," Lu Yin answered. The girl blinked. "You're not from the spiritualized universe?" Lu Yin shook his head. In the distance, a man rushed over and stood in front of the girl. He apologized. "Sorry, brother. My little sister was confused and thought that you were an enemy from the spiritualized universe." "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." Lu Yin waved a hand. The man hurriedly pulled the girl away. The girl struggled to break free. "Brother, my blade. My blade." "Shut up. I think you've become bold enough to provoke just anyone." "I thought that person was an enemy from the spiritualized universe. Even if he's an enemy from the spiritualized universe, you and I can't deal with him. Did you see his face?" "I don't think so. I'll go back and take a look." "Return?" "We can't even see his face clearly. If he's from the spiritualized universe, he must be extremely powerful. We'll leave him to those monsters. If he's not, then he's a top genius from the Tianyuan universe. He's not someone we can afford to offend." "Oh, but my saber is still there." "You are not allowed to use a knife in the future." "Then what should we use?" "Needle." "Oh. Go home and learn embroidery." "I don't want to, bro." Lu Yin looked at the 2 in the distance. They were an interesting pair of siblings. If he entered the fifth pagoda like this, it would attract a lot of attention. In that case, when his body vanished, a male punched out from afar. What speed he actually dodged the attack. Did he want to launch a sneak attack? He turned around and kicked the ground, but it was still not there. He leaped up and attacked the ground fiercely. However, the person was still not there. This made the man dumbfounded. Where was the person who had spiritualized the universe? Where did it go? Outside the fifth pagoda, Lu Yin appeared while carrying a spiritualized man from the universe. The man had been knocked unconscious, and Lu Yin placed a hand on the man's shoulder. Then Lu Yin's expression changed. He now understood why he could not find the spiritualized cultivators who cultivated the power of the flowing clouds. It was because the power of the flowing clouds that they cultivated had undergone a transformation. Spiritualized cultivators had a chance to undergo a spiritual molt, and a spiritual molt came from a spirit seed. In other words, a spiritualized cultivator was no longer just a person. They had fused with a spirit seed and become a completely new life form. Any power that they cultivated would be transformed once it entered their body, becoming a power that was suitable for their current body's cultivation. If progenitors could change the heavens and the earth, then spiritualized cultivators who underwent a spiritual molt would change their own bodies. They would become the heavens and the earth, and they would use this method to change their own world and adapt to the power that they could cultivate. This was both a change in power and a change in themselves. Thus, their cultivation speed was very fast, and they could also come into contact with the sequence laws in advance before reaching the progenitor realm and determine whether or not they could cultivate it. This was what Primordial Origin had said. There was no need to waste any resources. The path was right there, and it was obvious who could walk it and who could not. Lu Yin tossed the person into the fifth pagoda with a gloomy expression. His dice possession had failed. Possession allowed him to fuse with any person or creature in the primordial space. It was not restricted by cultivation power, as the primordial space was filled with astral sources. If he wanted to fuse with another spacetime lifeform, he would have to use that lifeform's cultivation power to roll the die. Even if a spiritualized cultivator cultivated the power of the flowing clouds, Lu Yin would not be able to fuse with them when rolling the die. The flowing clouds' power would change the moment it entered their bodies, and it would no longer be the original flowing clouds' power. His dice possession had no effect on them. This result disrupted Lu Yin's plans. He had originally wanted to use possession to understand the spiritualized universe, and he had also wanted to use possession to deal with enemies like the four cardinal scales, but he had failed. Every spiritualized cultivator was different, as their spirit molds would change according to their own cultivation strength and will. Unless Lu Yin walked the same path as that spiritualized cultivator, he would not be able to merge with any spiritualized cultivator's body. Lu Yin pondered for a long time outside the fifth pagoda, staring at the die in a daze. Possession was considered a failure in the spiritualized universe, and many of his plans had to be changed. There was an area in the above sky sect that was filled with death energy, and it came from the sixth mainland. Lu Yin had purposely stored the death energy in the above sky sect to suppress the captured experts. It had previously been kept in the Eternal Kingdom, but ever since the battle in the Eternal Kingdom and the death energy had been used up, the experts were no longer imprisoned there. It was more convenient to lock them up in the above sky sect. Lu Yin walked through the death energy and stood there. He waved his hand and the surrounding death energy dispersed to reveal three people: Primogenitor, Palace Mistress Yao and Xianxia. The three of them were imprisoned in the death energy, but because of the isolation they could not sense each other's presence. Primogenitor had been imprisoned in the death energy for the longest time, and he was filled with apprehension. This power could even suppress him, and it was filled with killing intent. This was a power born for slaughter. Lu Yin was very confident in the death energy as it was the power of the death god. Not to mention the strength of the death energy left behind by the death god, the death energy itself was very powerful against experts. In addition, there were chains that could bind even sequence laws powerhouses. Nothing could go wrong. The three of you take a look at each other. You all know each other, right? Lu Yin said as he looked around. He saw Primogenitor, Palace Mistress Yao and Palace Mistress Yao. Palace Mistress and Xianxia. Primogenitor was not surprised to see Xianxia, as even he had been captured, so it was not strange for Xianxia to be captured as well. However, Palace Mistress Yao had actually appeared. Someone from our universe is here? Palace Mistress Yao was shocked. Primogenitor sang Tian? You've been captured? Xianxia was stunned. Primogenitor had actually been captured? Eternal, that bastard, had used Primogenitor as bait to make him lower his guard. In reality, Primogenitor had already been captured by the above sky sect. Our universe is at war with the Tianyuan universe? Primogenitor asked Palace Mistress Yao. Palace Mistress Yao said, yes, but unfortunately we lost. She then looked at Xianxia. You were captured? Xianxia gritted his teeth, speechless. Lu Yin smiled. The three of you have finished catching up. It's my turn now. The three looked at Lu Yin, not understanding what he was trying to do. Master Lu, I know what you're trying to do. Don't waste your time. I won't say or do anything, Palace Mistress Yao said directly. She had been captured by Lu Yin to lure the spiritualized universe's people to their deaths. She was filled with hatred and humiliation towards Lu Yin. Primogenitor's expression changed. He would tell Lu Yin anything he asked, but he did not know what to say in front of Palace Mistress Yao. Xianxia also felt the same, but this feeling was directed towards Primogenitor and Palace Mistress Yao. He did not know what their attitudes were, but in order to survive he would definitely cooperate. He wanted to take revenge on Eternal. Lu Yin smiled. Don't be anxious. I know that to your spiritualized universe, invading my Tianyuan universe is not a big deal. Or rather, it's not difficult at all. It's more like a game. Many outsiders have come to our universe. Have you heard of the Lost Clan? They come from a universe called the Third Stronghold. There's an omnipotent existence in their universe. He should be in the eternal realm. That existence calls the war to determine the fate of the universe a game. It's all a game. Today I'll play a game with you. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the three, and his gaze gradually turned cold. A game to determine life and death. He tapped his finger and 3 incense sticks appeared in front of the three. Everyone has 1 incense stick. During this time you must think of a way to survive in front of me. No matter what you say, do, or give me, I'll move on to the next person after the incense sticks burn out. After that I'll use your answers. He then looked up. I'll kill one. The three stared at Lu Yin with different expressions. Lu Yin laughed. The other two definitely can't hear what you're saying. Only I can. After 3 incense sticks, one of you must die. Then the game begins. With that, the deathly aura engulfed them, leaving only Palace Mistress Yao untouched. Lu Yin walked in front of her and lit the incense stick. It slowly burned, and the green smoke rose vertically into the deathly aura. Lu Yin just looked at Palace Mistress Yao and did not speak. He remained silent. Palace Mistress Yao looked at Lu Yin. This trick is useless. The 3 of us are too valuable to you. Otherwise we would not have survived. Leave. You won't get any information from me. Lu Yin closed his eyes and did not speak. He calmly faced Palace Mistress Yao. Palace Mistress Yao closed her eyes as well. The surroundings were strangely quiet and only the smoke rose slowly. The incense stick's time was very short and more than half of it had burned out. Palace Mistress Yao opened her eyes and saw Lu Yin. She also saw that there was still 1/3 of the incense stick left. She did not care and closed her eyes again. Soon more time passed. Only 1/10 of the incense stick remained, which was very short. Chapter 3357. Lu Yin's eyes were still closed as if he was resting. Palace Mistress Yao's eyes flashed. I told you it's useless. Lu Yin did not respond. She narrowed her eyes. We started out as ordinary people and we've experienced too much. We're already used to life and death. Master Lu, how many times have you been through? Instead of playing this game, why don't you think of ways to increase the strength of the Tianyuan universe? Our spiritualized universe is stronger than you think. Lu Yin's eyes were still closed and he did not say a word. Whoever you want to die will die. Even if one of the 3 of us dies, you'll be the one to kill him. The other 2 don't even know what that person said. That's why you didn't let them hear it. There's no value in saying it out loud. We're not that stupid and neither are the other 2. You won't get anything. The incense was about to end and there were only a few bits of red left. Palace Mistress Yao stared at the incense and her eyes flickered. She then looked at Lu Yin and said, I'm Yu Xianxia's whetstone. Yu Xianxia's cultivation method is called the Heart of Monolith. The stronger one is, the stronger this method is. When cultivated to the limit, one can change the universe and others. He's using my absolute reversal method to wet his blade and complete his Heart of Monolith. Only I know how strong Yu Xianxia is. In the entire spiritualized universe aside from the illusory supreme, I'm the only one who understands him. His turbid treasures, spiritualized weapons, his foundation, his innate gifts, and so on. I know everything about him. Before she could finish speaking, the deathly aura engulfed her as the incense burned out. Palace Mistress Yao looked at the pitch-black deathly aura, and her expression turned ugly. She could not help but speak. She could not guarantee that she would not die, but being alive was far better than being dead. Very few people knew about her relationship with Xianxia. As long as Xianxia existed, she would be at the top of the spiritualized universe. After restarting the Tianyuan universe, she would be a powerhouse who could attempt to step into the eternal realm. Why should she die? She was one of the beyond sky's two absolutes, an existence that countless people in the spiritualized universe looked up to. It would not be worth it if she died here. How hateful. This person had taken advantage of her weakness. No, he had taken advantage of her humanity. She swore that she would kill this person definitely. Lu Yin appeared in front of Tianxi and lit an incense stick without saying a word. Looking at the rising smoke, Tianxi hurriedly said, "Master Lu, I have nothing to hide. I'll tell you whatever you want to know." Lu Yin closed his eyes. Ask? How to ask? The human heart was unfathomable. If he asked, Tianxi would be able to see through him. To Tianxi, staying alive was the most important thing. If he wanted to live, he could not hide anything. Lu Yin did not ask, nor did he say anything. He had only given Tianxi one chance, and Tianxi did not dare to gamble on it. Back in above heaven, when he had faced Lu Yin and the 3 realms and 6 Daos, he had done his best to hide something. But now it was impossible. This was Lu Yin's confidence, unless he revealed a secret that would kill him. For example, slave or heaven. Karma, heaven's seal, and heaven's grace all had the word heaven before they died. And on their bodies, there was definitely the word slave. From the looks of it, only an eternal realm grass grandmaster could enslave them, but Lu Yin still felt that something was missing. "Master Lu, I'll tell you everything, but I don't know what you want to know. Give me some time and I'll organize everything I know about the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. I'll give it to you. If you kill me, I'll be worthless. My life is my greatest value to you. Trust me, I won't disappoint you." Lu Yin's eyes remained closed as he allowed Tianxi to speak. He was actually the same as Palace Mistress Yao, but his choices were different. She did not say anything until the incense stick burned to the last moment, while Tianxi continued to spout nonsense. He was also worthless to Lu Yin. When half of the incense stick had burned, Tianxi saw that Lu Yin's eyes were still closed and his face was pale. "Master Lu, since you've already dealt with our spiritualized universe and encountered that battle, it means that you know about us." "Through whom? The Genesis? Or a being from the consciousness universe? I don't know how much you know about the relationship between our 3 universes. Do you know the springboard?" Lu Yin's eyes were still closed and he did not respond. Tianxi was aggrieved. This feeling of wanting to save his life but not knowing if he could do so made him want to vomit blood. No matter how much he hated Lu Yin at this moment, he had to think of a way to say something valuable. "There's a springboard between our spiritualized universe, the consciousness universe, and the Tianyuan universe. We came up with the name, springboard. Our 3 universes are about the same distance from each other, but there's an incomprehensible celestial body in the middle. Once you get on that celestial body, you can rush in any direction as long as you can withstand the pressure of the impact. That's how the first wave of people from our spiritualized universe came here. We used the springboard to get to the consciousness universe, and we can also use it to get to the Tianyuan universe. That previous battle was just a test. If the Tianyuan universe was not strong enough, our first wave of people would be able to deal with you. But if we couldn't, then a second wave of people would arrive at any time. Then a third, a fourth, and so on would join forces with the first wave. Our mission is to build a similar springboard behind the stone door. After so many years, we can already attempt to build it. Once it's completed, we can jump from the Tianyuan universe to the springboard between the 3 universes. It'll take us at most 10 years, which is considered very short. You should know that it took me a long time to get from the spiritualized universe to the Tianyuan universe. It took me more than 10,000 years and I hadn't even learned how to use the springboard back then." Lu Yin looked calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. He had not expected such a thing to happen. From the very beginning, The ancestor had told them that the consciousness universe was blocked by the spiritualized universe. If they wanted to get from the consciousness universe to the Tianyuan universe, they had to go through the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe was located between the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe. At that time, Lu Yin had just learned about the spiritualized universes and the consciousness universe after the Battle of Immemorial City. From that moment on, he had a fixed understanding of the three universes. He did not believe everything that the ancestor had said, but he had never doubted this point. Now he knew that this was the biggest lie. The three universes were roughly the same distance from each other and they formed a triangle. There was a springboard in the middle of this triangle, and whoever seized the springboard would have the initiative. The ancestor might not have known about the springboard's existence, but she had said that to force the Tianyuan universe to go to war with the spiritualized universe. If she had known about the springboard's existence and had deliberately concealed its existence, then her thoughts would have been complicated. At that moment, Lu Yin overturned everything that the ancestor had said, and he began to understand the three universes in a new light. Tianxi continued to speak, but he did not know if Lu Yin cared about what he was saying because Lu Yin did not react. However, Lu Yin did not interrupt him, so Tianxi could only continue. What Tianxi said next was nothing more than some war situations and things that had happened in the Tianyuan universe. It did not shock Lu Yin as much as it had before. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Lu Yin was still immersed in the matter of the springboard. Most of the incense had burned and only a little was left. Beads of sweat dripped down Tianxi's forehead, but he did not see any reaction from Lu Yin. He racked his brains to think of some secrets, but what secrets could he reveal? What value could he bring to Lu Yin? One was the primordial origin Xianxia, and the other was Palace Mistress Yao, who was close to Xianxia. It would be too difficult for Tianxi to fight for his life against these two. Unless the incense was about to burn out. Lu Yin opened his eyes and his gaze was indifferent and emotionless. From Tianxi's point of view, Lu Yin looked like he was looking at a dead man. Master Lu, what did they say? Was it the primordial origin or Palace Mistress Yao? Don't believe them. They're lying to you. I'll do my best to help you. I'll help you deal with the Eternals and I can even help you deal with the spiritualized universe. I'll do anything. Tianxi was anxious. Lu Yin slowly raised a hand and pressed it against Tianxi's head under his horrified gaze. Master Lu, there's one more person. There's one more person that you haven't mentioned. You said that you wanted to wait for all three of them to finish. He thought that Lu Yin was going to kill him. Lu Yin stared at Tianxi's forehead. There should be a word there. Tianxi's eyes narrowed and his face went pale. Lu Yin looked at the incense. It's almost over. Tianxi gulped. It's Master Qing Chao. Who else? The protectors of the four directions. I only know of them. I don't know if there's anyone else. Who does that blood-red sword belong to? Lu Yin asked. Tianxi's voice trembled. Master Qing Chao. The incense burned out and darkness swallowed Tianxi. Tianxi watched Lu Yin disappear and his heart skipped a beat. There was only one incense left. After that, one of the three would die. That damned game, that damned Lu Yin. What would those two have said? He did not doubt that Lu Yin would kill one of them because that was the only way the remaining two would cooperate with Lu Yin. This was a show of strength. Taking the lives of Primordial Realm and even Bitter Adversity Realm powerhouses was a show of strength. After lighting the incense, Lu Yin appeared in front of the Primordial Origin and closed his eyes just like before. The Primordial Origin was calm. Master Lu, can I ask what those two said? Lu Yin did not respond. The green smoke blurred Lu Yin's face. Yuan Qi shook his head. No matter what they say, it's not as important as this old man's secret. However, this secret will not only be exchanged for this old man's life, but I also hope that Master Lu can promise not to kill me when the Tianyuan universe is finally defeated, when there's no way to resist. This old man will remember your kindness and do my best to protect the people you want to protect. Lu Yin still did not respond. The incense slowly burned. The Primordial Origin frowned. Our deal is definitely worth it. Before this, I would answer whatever you asked without any secrets. However, the secret of this deal is something that I've hidden for many years, a secret that no one else knows about. This secret is worth so much that it's enough for you to save my life. Lu Yin still did not respond. The Primordial Origin lowered his voice. Master Lu, I'm the spiritualized universe's Xianxia. A dead Xianxia has no value to you. If you wanted me dead, I wouldn't have lived until now. The other two can't hear anything the three of us say. Who lives and who dies is up to you, Master Lu. My value is definitely greater than the other two. Lu Yin was calm and his eyes were closed as if he had fallen asleep. End of chapter. Chapter 3358. Yuanqi did not say anything else as he had already said what he needed to say. This secret could not be revealed under these circumstances, or else it would be too worthless. This secret was his trump card, one that would ensure his survival. The incense continued to burn and soon, it was nearing its end. Yuanqi's eyes flashed as he looked at Lu Yin. This person would not really kill him, right? Impossible. Yuanqi was a Xianxia, a powerhouse who had survived the bitter adversity. If this person had any brains, he would have kept Yuanqi alive in case he needed to fight the spiritualized universe in the future. The incense was nearing its end. Lu Yin's breathing was slow, but there was no change. He closed his eyes and waited for the final moment. Yuanqi's face twitched. Master Lu, do you agree to my deal? This secret is enough for your Tianyuan universe to survive. He then stared at Lu Yin's face, but Lu Yin remained expressionless. Seeing that the incense was about to burn out, Yuanqi gritted his teeth. No matter how big the secret was, it was worthless if Lu Yin did not believe it. Yuanqi did not want to die with this secret. He had been in the Tianyuan universe for so many years, so why should he die? I was exiled. Yuanqi's voice sounded in Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin was shocked, but he remained expressionless. Yuanqi did not look at Lu Yin and instead sank into his memories. I was one of the 7 great Xianxians of the spiritualized universe and I stood at the peak. Even if the spiritualized universe wanted to help the Eternals, it would not allow me to come to the Tianyuan universe and fight in Primeval City all year round. This was not of my own volition and I had no choice. Yu Xianxian was the true ruler of the spiritualized universe. Even if there was an illusory supreme pole, many people believed that it was fabricated by Yu Xianxian. The true ruler of the spiritualized universe was Yu Xianxian, and his goal was to stabilize the spiritualized universe. Otherwise, without a supreme pole, Yu Xianxian might not have been able to suppress the 7 great Xianxians. With these doubts in mind, I secretly followed Yu Xianxian to the depths of Beyond Heaven's palace. His eyes were filled with fear. I did not see the supreme pole, but I saw Yu Xianxian and the spiritualized universe's greatest secret. He looked at Lu Yin. A spiritualized universe has long since conquered a universe and it can be restarted. Lu Yin's eyes widened and he could not hold himself back. Yuanqi laughed. Master Lu, this secret is very valuable, right? Lu Yin stared at Yuanqi. Impossible. Yuanqi smiled bitterly. I also thought that it was impossible, but it happened. I didn't see that universe, and the heavens beyond Supreme Heaven Palace couldn't reach that universe. However, I heard Yu Xianxian's voice. A person would go crazy if they kept their secret for too long. Yu Xianxian needed a place where he could talk even if it was empty. Of course, there's also the possibility that he's talking to the Empyrean Extremity, but the possibility of that is not high. Otherwise, the Empyrean Extremity would have discovered me. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and listened quietly. I heard Yu Xianxian's words. That universe is called the Small Spiritual Universe. The reason it hasn't been rebooted is that it hasn't been developed for a long time. There aren't that many parallel universes, so it can't be rebooted. If that universe had developed as long as the Tianyuan universe, it would have been rebooted long ago, and Yu Xianxian would have stepped into the eternal realm. Yuanqi looked at Lu Yin. Even so, with the existence of that universe, the spiritualized universe has always been a thing of the past. What they're waiting for is not to defeat the consciousness universe in the Tianyuan universe, but the small spiritual universe. They're waiting for time. The years of war in Immemorial City made me understand that the reason why the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe are at war is because the spiritualized universe itself can't bear too many contradictions. A unified cultivation model means that there's a lack of competition and killing. There's a lack of people who died while exploring the unknown path. The spiritualized universe can't bear the existence of those people, so it can only send them out to fight. The spiritualized universe needs a place to vent its conflicts. It needs a common enemy to perfect the path of cultivation. Everyone also needs a place where they can fight. They need a goal. That's why the consciousness universe has persisted for so long. Xianxia doesn't really want to restart the consciousness universe. Restarting the consciousness universe will only allow us Xianxia to step into the eternal life realm. He needs to step into the eternal life realm himself. This is his selfishness. That's why he wants to step into the eternal realm. If not for that, the consciousness universe might have been defeated long ago. As for your Tianyuan universe, it was originally the same. He disintegrated the sect above heaven and got rid of Taichu, who was most likely to break through to the eternal realm. If he wanted to restart the Tianyuan universe, he could do so at any time. Even the Eternals were just pawns for Yu Xianxia to fulfill his own selfish desires. He didn't need to restart the two universes. He only needed a fixed place to fight. However, with your appearance, the sect above heaven rose again and even defeated the Eternals. Everything changed. Yuanqi laughed. I think that when Yu Xianxia learned of your rise and how quickly you defeated the Eternals, he already sent people over. However, it was still too late. For some reason, the first wave of people was a step too late, allowing you to deal with the fundamental threat of the Eternals first and gather the entire Tianyuan universe to fight against the spiritualized universe. This is something that Yu Xianxia didn't expect, but I guess it doesn't matter to him. The spiritual universe ensures that he will definitely step into the eternal realm. No matter how much the Tianyuan universe struggles, it can't escape fate. Your fate can only be decided by Yu Xianxia. Lu Yin understood. Is this why you're doing everything you can to survive? Yuanqi sighed deeply. It's not worth dying at the hands of a civilization that's destined to have no future. Since you know Yu Xianxia's secret, why would he let you live? Lu Yin didn't understand. If he were Yu Xianxia, he wouldn't have let Yuanqi live. Yuanqi was afraid. Of course he wouldn't let me live, but I'm Yu Xianxia. Even if there's a gap between us, it won't be easy for him to kill me. The only one who can truly kill me is Wu Shangji. Although Yu Xianxia is powerful, it's impossible for him to kill me without alerting the other Xianxians. He's also afraid that I'll reveal everything, so he exiled me as part of a deal. This secret can be exposed, but Yu Xianxia needs time. I've been in the Tianyuan universe for too long, and the time he's waiting for might have already arrived. He doesn't care about me anymore. Neither of them noticed that the incense stick had long since burned out. Yuanqi's secret was too big, so big that Lu Yin needed time to think about it. Tianxi's words had overturned the impression that his ancestor had given him, and Yuanqi's words had overturned the impression that this war had affected 3 universes. Everyone had their own selfish motives, and Lu Yin had long found it strange. The spiritualized universe wanted to restart the Tianyuan universe or the consciousness universe so that many people who had survived the bitter adversity could step into the eternal realm. Was it really possible? This was too idealistic. Lu Yin admitted that he hoped to bring his loved ones, friends, and even those who respected him to a certain height. The possibility of that happening was not high, and there was no need for that. Speaking of the eternal realm, since the development of the Tianyuan universe, had there ever been an eternal realm expert? Master Qing Chao was from the spiritualized universe. The third barrier had an immortal master, and Mr. Mu's universe had one. Other than that, there seemed to be no one else. Where did the spiritualized universe get the confidence to let everyone who had survived the bitter adversity step into the eternal realm? Even if it was not the eternal realm, it was still a fantasy to let many sequence law realm experts step into the primordial realm together after the universe was rebooted. However, those from the spiritualized universe firmly believed in it. All of this was due to Yu Xianxia. He had never thought of really realizing this. What he cared about was the little spiritual universe. Rebooting the little spiritual universe and stepping into the eternal realm was his goal. The war of the 3 universes was just a foil. In other words, it was to choose who could accompany him on his journey. Yu Xianxia must be very concerned about the defeat of the first wave of people from the spiritualized universe. He will not allow anyone from the Tianyuan universe to step into the eternal realm. Taichu is now free. Coupled with Master Lu, who has cultivated to such a realm in 100 years, Yu Xianxia might personally attack the Tianyuan universe, Yuanqi said. Lu Yin slowly said, "This is a good thing. It means that the little spiritual universe is not mature yet." Yuanqi nodded. Indeed. To increase the number of parallel universes in the little spiritual universe, one must constantly increase the number of progenitors and expand the ancestral worlds one after another. This will take time. In fact, Many experts from the Beyond Heaven's Supreme Palace came from the little spiritual universe. They cultivated there, but they did not know. Only Xianxia knows. Lu Yin's gaze was solemn. Increasing the number of progenitors would increase the number of parallel universes. Xianxia knew this, so how could the primogenitor not know? That was why the primordial space had the origin calamity. However, it did not mean certain death, and there was a chance of survival. This was the primogenitor's benevolence. If the primogenitor had not allowed the increase of progenitors, the origin calamity would have spread to the parallel universes. The Tianyuan universe might not have faced such a crisis, but that would have been too unfair to the later generations. The primogenitor would rather suppress the sequence's string and lose his freedom than do such a thing. This was the primogenitor of the Tianyuan universe. Does the ultimate pinnacle really exist? Lu Yin asked. Yuan Qi shook his head. I don't know. It has existed for many years, but it is only a legend. What is the strength of the legend? Yuan Qi paused. Infinitely close to the eternal realm. Another way of saying it is the perfect calamity realm. Not the eternal realm? I really don't know. I've never seen it before. Only Xianxia has. Then what about Grandmaster Grass? I don't know if he is the ultimate pinnacle, but if he is the eternal realm, then it is very likely. Was Grandmaster Grass the ultimate pinnacle of the spiritualized universe? No one gave Lu Yin an answer. The only thing he was certain of was that if he was not the ultimate pinnacle, then he was definitely in existence even higher than the ultimate pinnacle. This was because Grandmaster Grass was in the eternal realm. There was also another possibility. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Grandmaster Grass was not a spiritualized universe, but he controlled it. Perhaps the ultimate pinnacle was his puppet. There were all sorts of possibilities. It was either Xianxia, Grandmaster Grass, or the eternal realm. Only these three people could give him an answer. As for Tianxi, he claimed to be Grandmaster Grass's slave, and that the blood-red sword also belonged to Grandmaster Grass. Lu Yin did not believe that. Chapter 3359. A Grass Grandmaster was a very strange existence. He was the source of everything and was omnipotent, but he always gave off a mysterious vibe. Do you know about the springboard? Lu Yin asked. Yuan Qi replied, of course. It's located between the three universes. Through it, one can quickly reach the consciousness universe and your Tianyuan universe. If that's the case, then why did the spiritualized universe only send you and Zhang Yan to help the Eternals? Even if Xianxia has selfish motives, he can't be so obvious. Otherwise, anyone would be able to tell. Yuan Qi thought about it. There are two reasons. First, stepping on the springboard will allow one to quickly reach the three universes. This is a fact, and it will take about 10 or 20 years. It won't take more than 50 years. However, the distance from the original universe to the springboard is very long. Master Lu, you should have heard of the square-inch distance. It's very common for humans to do so, and that distance is like an ordinary person walking to a star in outer space. It's so far that many people will die on the way. Lu Yin recalled what Tianxi had said about spiritualized universes being able to build a springboard. That meant that this reason could be ignored. At the very least, from now on, the spiritualized universes would be able to control this springboard, and they would definitely build it in the spiritualized universe itself. The second reason is, Yuan Qi thought about it and then looked at Lu Yin. Master Lu, may I ask what your greatest experience on the path of cultivation is? Lu Yin frowned. Just say it. Yuan Qi said, caution, caution, and danger at every step, right? Lu Yin did not refute this. He had relied on various opportunities, turbid treasures, innate gifts, and so on to survive, but he had died multiple times. It had not been easy to survive. Yuan Qi took a deep breath. This is not only the rule of the cultivation world but also the rule of the universe. Caution, caution, and not expose yourself. The springboard just so happens to expose yourself. Since there is a springboard in the universe, there will be a second and a third. The fundamental law of the universe is that there is no limit. However, the distance from one universe to another is equivalent to the limit. If there is a limit, then there must be a way to break it. The springboard is this method. If there is a springboard in the three universes, then what about other regions? What about the distant, invisible regions? There had to be. Was there a civilization that could monitor the springboard or find it? This is what everyone in the spiritualized universe silently agreed upon when the springboard was discovered. There must be extremely powerful civilizations in the universe. Perhaps our spiritualized universe is already the strongest, or perhaps this is just the beginning. Under the premise that everything is unknown, the springboard is like a torch. Anyone who gets close to the torch might be discovered by other civilizations. Who knows how many eyes are watching this torch from the dark? Even our spiritualized universe doesn't dare to approach it. Back then, Xianxia and the 7 major mulberry fields established a strict iron law. Every time we use a springboard, we have to be extremely careful. We have to report it to the Supreme Pole and look for the most suitable opportunity. Using the springboard, if you don't find others, then others will find you. Being at a loss and in the unknown is the most terrifying thing. In the surroundings, the aura of death was like a dark starry sky, gradually drowning out everything. Master Lu, I don't want to die at the hands of the Tianyuan universe, much less at the hands of the consciousness universe. There must be sentient beings around you. Be wary of them. The sentient beings of the consciousness universe are definitely not as beautiful as they seem. Yuan Qi's voice gradually disappeared. Lu Yin left the underground and returned to the back mountain of the Above the Sky sect. He sat there for half a day. The secrets of these 3 were huge, and it refreshed Lu Yin's understanding of them. The 3 universes, the springboard, the spiritual universe, and Xianxia. Everything was unveiled for Lu Yin, and he gradually understood the current situation. Perhaps these 3 were still lying, but there was nothing more difficult than the current situation. Xianxia, who could step into the eternal realm at any time, meant that the Tianyuan universe could be destroyed at any time. No, not just the Tianyuan universe, but Lu Yin and Taichu. They were the 2 people who could step into the eternal realm easily, and they had already been targeted by Xianxia. Pathmaster, it's ready. Lu Bujing's voice rang out. Lu Yin stood up. Begin. Screens of light appeared in the primordial space and various parallel spacetimes. Many people were familiar with this scene, as it meant that something was about to happen in the Above the Sky sect. Countless people looked at the screens, waiting for that person to appear. It was Master Lu, the person who led everyone to a better future. He was the person who was revered by countless people. At the bottom of the stairway, figures climbed up one after another. There were the 3 realms, 6 paths, 3 suns, 6 lords, 8 paths, and so on. Their powerful auras soared into the sky, and countless people felt their blood boil. Every time they saw this scene, it would inspire countless people to cultivate. At the same time, within the 5th pagoda, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the screen, including the elites from the spiritualized universe. They did not know what was on the screen, but they recognized the people standing on the stairway. These people were the ones who had been fighting against the spiritualized universe's experts. Something big is about to happen. It seems like Master Lu is going to declare war against the spiritualized universe. Someone was excited, and the spiritualized universe's elites looked over. Last time it was a military decree. Master Lu was so domineering that he declared war against the Eternals. Now that the Eternals are a thing of the past, there's nothing that can stop Master Lu. These external enemies will eventually be destroyed. The man next to him was disdainful, and he even raised his fist provocatively at the spiritualized universe's cultivators. The girl who was slashing at Lu Yin with a broadsword was excited. Brother, I don't want to be embroidered. I want to go to the Above the Sky sect. I want to appear on the screen. All right. Quiet down. Look, Master Lu is coming out. Under the expectant gazes of countless people, Lu Yin climbed up the stairway and looked at the stars in the distance. His spirit was unparalleled as he looked down on the world. The moment Lu Yin appeared, countless people in the primordial space cheered. Pairs of excited eyes stared at the screen from various parallel spaces. Within the 5th pagoda, the Tianyuan universe's cultivators were excited. However, the spiritualized universe's elites had ugly expressions. They had personally seen this person slaughter the spiritualized universe's powerhouses, capture Palace Mistress Yao, defeat Tianxi, and capture them. This person was clearly so young, but he was so powerful that it made them despair. They had come here to crush him and obtain glory, but now things had turned out this way. It was all because of this person. Although they still believed that the spiritualized universe was far stronger than the Tianyuan universe and that the Tianyuan universe would be defeated sooner or later, this person was like a tall mountain. No matter how talented they were, they did not have the confidence to surpass him. This person was too difficult to surpass. Lu Yin stood on the stairway with his back against the primogenitor's statue. Beside his feet was Furball and Xian. He had the strength beast on his shoulders and Shuang at his waist. He gave off an invincible aura. In the entire Tianyuan universe, there were not many who could fight against Lu Yin. Ever since he had lost his memories and been thrown to the fifth mainland, he had walked step by step from an ordinary person to where he was today. Only he knew how many hardships and dangers he had faced. Now he had reached the highest position. Now he could protect everyone he cared about. All of this was worth it. He looked at the stairway even though he had lost some familiar figures. If he could choose again, would he choose to do so? After muttering to himself for a moment, Lu Yin said, "You should have heard of the spiritualized universe." The entire universe fell silent and only Lu Yin's voice echoed. "This universe is very strong and powerful. We lost some seniors during the war at the border and they will remain in that war forever. In the following wars more people will die. War will become the norm." Countless people looked at the screen and clenched their fists. "Actually, I'm quite annoyed." Lu Yin rubbed his head, feeling rather vexed. "People who are courting death are appearing one after another. The Eternals are gone and then there's a bug nest. Now there's a spiritualized universe. I don't know what kind of nonsense will appear next, but it doesn't matter. Just treat it as a meal. After one meal there will be another. It's annoying but it won't be boring, right?" The universe fell silent for a moment and then it erupted in cheers. The expected encouragement did not appear, but Lu Yin's words were even more inspiring than that. War was the norm, but it was just like eating. It was annoying but it was not boring. This was Lu Yin's interpretation of the spiritualized universe's war, and it would also be the entire Tianyuan universe's interpretation of the spiritualized universe's war. People who are courting death are appearing one after another. We have nothing to fear. Master Lu will always be invincible. Master Lu, we can't wait for the next meal. Let's finish this one first. Ha 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 ha. Master Lu is invincible. Master Lu is invincible. Within the fifth pagoda, the spiritualized geniuses were stunned. They looked at the people around them as if they were idiots. What was wrong with them? That guy's childish words had actually inspired this group of people to such an extent? Were these people being controlled? Only the people of the Tianyuan universe could understand the safety of being protected by Lu Yin. If Lu Yin said that they would win, they would win. If Lu Yin said that the spiritualized universe was courting death, then the spiritualized universe was courting death. No one doubted Lu Yin's words. Lu Yin himself represented invincibility, and he had created too many impossibilities. All of this was due to Lu Yin's confidence in defeating the Eternals, as well as the strength that he cultivated. He had illuminated the hearts of countless people with his strength time and time again. He had turned the tables time and time again, protecting everyone. Everyone's confidence in him was unimaginable. Outside of the Tianyuan universe, no one else could understand this. Above the heavens, Lu Yuan sighed. This was Lu Yin's current height. He did not need to say much. A few words from him could mobilize the entire universe's fighting spirit. He was the banner of the Tianyuan universe. Although the primogenitor had protected this universe, his influence might not be comparable to Lu Yin's. Lu Yin's influence on the Tianyuan universe was too deep. "Oh right," Lu Yin said again. The universe instantly quieted down. Everyone looked at the screen with shining eyes, waiting for Lu Yin to continue. Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Although you are courting death, this is still war. I hope that everyone will not be careless. War is coming. We need to sacrifice our flag." With that, he waved his hand and the void split open. The deathly aura dragged a figure down to the plaza below the sky staircase in front of the cauldron. Tianxi looked around in confusion. Was this the above the heavens? Around him, countless people were looking at him with heated and excited gazes. Tianxi's scalp went numb. Chapter 3360. Tianxi suddenly looked up and saw Lu Yin standing at the top of the long sky staircase. Suddenly he thought of something and his face turned ashen. "Master Lu, I've told you everything. Please spare my life." Gazes from the sky staircase fell on Tianxi. They were from the 3 realms, 6 paths, 3 suns and 6 lords. These people were powerful and their gazes pressured Tianxi greatly. In the face of death, Tianxi completely lost his primordial realm demeanor, and his mind was in a mess. "Tianxi, you once said that the spiritualized universe could come at any time, right?" Lu Yin's voice was loud and resonated in Tianxi's ears. Tianxi hurriedly said, "Yes, that's why you need me to help you deal with them." The spiritualized universe is very powerful, and they won't give up on the Tianyuan universe. Only I can help you. I can help you. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Really? They can come at any time? Tianxi's pupils shrank and he stared at Lu Yin in a daze. Tianxi had said that the spiritualized universe could use the springboard to come to the Tianyuan universe at any time. The second, third, and fourth waves could meet up with the round-faced elder, Bao Qi, and the others to wage war against the Tianyuan universe. However, Yuanqi had said that the spiritualized universe was afraid of the springboard. It was a torch that lit up the path and illuminated themselves. If one could use the springboard to find others, others could also find them. Thus, the spiritualized universe would not approach the springboard without permission. This contradicted what Tianxi had said. Lu Yin was more willing to believe Yuanqi because this was not the only thing that Tianxi had concealed. This was a lie that Tianxi had made up to threaten Lu Yin in order to increase his chances of survival. What had truly made Lu Yin want to kill him was the question he had asked. Tianxi had said that the blood-red sword belonged to Master Grass. When he had plotted against the primogenitor, Tianxi had also said that Master Grass had done it. However, Tianan had refused to say anything back then. This had nothing to do with whether or not Master Grass had been exposed because that word definitely existed. Tianxi had said it, but the word had not responded. This result made Lu Yin's heart sink and he had an even more terrifying guess. He did not plan to tell anyone about this guess. As for Tianxi, he could not get more from this person. Tianxi's only value was a sacrifice. Tianxi felt a bone-piercing chill. His face turned pale. Master Lu, don't underestimate the spiritualized universe. Really don't. I will help you. I can help you. You can't kill me. I can't die. Lu Yin's tone was icy. You can't die, but the people of the Tianyuan universe can die? Tianxi looked at Lu Yin pleadingly. Master Lu, the war between the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe was not decided by me. I was also forced to participate. It has nothing to do with me. In a war, everyone is innocent but no one is innocent. To the Tianyuan universe, you plotted against progenitor Tai Chu, suppressed the human race's living space and tried to stop the Tianyuan universe's civilization. But to the people of your spiritualized universe, I killed one spiritualized powerhouse after another. How am I innocent? With that, Lu Yin looked at the entire sky. In a battle for survival, you die or I die. There is no room for retreat. I, Lu Yin, hereby swear that I will lead everyone in the Tianyuan universe to face any strong enemy. I will not retreat or surrender. Unless I die, you will always see me standing in front of you. The entire Tianyuan universe was in an uproar at this moment. Countless people screamed and shouted, Master Lu. Countless people prostrated themselves in worship, igniting the entire Tianyuan universe. It was as if parallel space-time itself was trembling. Lu Yin faced the countless people's shouts and looked down. His gaze met Tianxi's. Tianxi's pupils shrank. No. Soil spears whizzed out, turning into streams of black light that continuously pierced through Tianxi's body. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the ground red. Tianxi clutched his neck, but he could not stop the blood from flowing from other parts of his body. His body was numb and his vision was blurry. All of his senses disappeared in an instant and only his mind remained clear. He stared at Lu Yin with a venomous gaze. You will die a horrible death. All of you, the Tianyuan universe, will die. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianxi collapsed to the ground. He was a guardian of the 4 cardinal regions, a primordial realm expert who had ambushed a progenitor, a peak powerhouse who had always looked down on the Tianyuan universe, and yet he had died just like that. Tianxi's death was more tragic than the other 3. Tianfa had died in the Mirage domain and no one had seen it. Tianfeng had died in the war in the realm of disaster and he had died in battle. Tianan had died at the borders of the Tianyuan universe and not many had seen it either. Only Tianxi had been dragged to the above heaven sect by Lu Yin and killed in front of the entire Tianyuan universe. To the guardians of the 4 cardinal regions, this was the greatest humiliation. Lu Yin wanted to sacrifice the flag and he wanted to sacrifice Tianxi's blood to the flag. Zhao Wu had killed Mo Shang, and the flag had been sacrificed to kill Tianxi. Lu Yin looked into the depths of the cosmos, wondering how many similar situations would occur in the future. The cosmos was boundless, and the spiritualized universe was confident that it could suppress both the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe at the same time. If it did not dare to completely expose itself, then what about the Tianyuan universe? The human race's golden age was only a short period of history. Could any civilization truly exist forever? That would be the true pinnacle of glory. Humans were still too insignificant and they could not see the universe clearly. After Tianxi's death, the screens disappeared one after another. Countless people in the Tianyuan universe looked away, and their respect for Lu Yin grew even greater. In just a short century, Lu Yin had constantly changed human history. This was the century of greatest change in human history. Beneath the above heaven sect, the screens in front of Primordial and Empress Yao vanished as well. They looked at each other and saw indescribable expressions in each other's eyes. They seemed to be frightened, but they also seemed to be in disbelief. A primordial realm expert had been killed just like that. Tianxi had been the most willing to help Lu Yin out of the three of them, but even so he had still been killed. This not only meant that the secret they had divulged was more valuable than Tianxi himself, but it also meant that Lu Yin had kept his word. This was the most terrifying thing. In the game, Primordial and Empress Yao had waited until the incense was about to burn out before divulging the secret. They were now filled with lingering fear. If they had not divulged the secret, they might have been the ones to die. This person was definitely not bluffing. He was just too savage. In the above heaven sect, everyone looked at Tianxi's corpse with mixed feelings. Even a primordial realm expert could be killed in such a manner. What was the point of cultivation? What was the difference between the wars they participated in and the wars that ordinary people participated in? As long as there were benefits, there would be war. Death would come as scheduled. Immortality, was it really immortality? Sometimes it was better to have fun while it lasted. If there comes a day when the immortality realm is no longer the goal of cultivators, cultivation will be meaningless and life will be meaningless as well. So, everyone, the meaning of life is not in the level of cultivation, nor is it in the strength of battle prowess. It is my goal. Lu Yin's voice rang out. I hope that there will come a day when I can lead the human race safely through the universe. I don't have to worry about being killed from any direction, and I don't have to worry about exposing myself. The pursuit of immortality is just a weapon for this meaning. With that, Lu Yin walked down the staircase step by step, passing by everyone. Whether it was the 3 suns, 6 lords, or the even more ancient 3 realms and 6 Daoists, none of them had ever reached the immortality realm. They had never considered things so deeply before. It was not that they did not want to consider things, but that the thread in their hands had not been pulled to its end. Now that Lu Yin had pulled this thread to its end, everyone began to think. Before this, only the primogenitor, Mr. Mu, and the others had truly considered such matters. Lu Yin walked over to Tianxi's corpse, and as expected, the flames burned the corpse into nothingness. If anyone touched Tianxi's corpse at this time, they would definitely be suppressed by the Tian character, and the slave character appeared on Tianxi's forehead. Tianxi was still hiding a secret, and it was related to this. Unfortunately, it was impossible to obtain this secret from Tianxi. Everyone dispersed, leaving Lu Yin standing at the bottom of the staircase, deep in thought. He felt a cold touch which came from the sapling. It quietly leaned against Lu Yin's leg, and its branches cutely wrapped around Lu Yin's finger. Lu Yin smiled and rubbed the sapling. It's fine. The sapling was happy. If Lu Yin was happy, it would be happy as well. It jumped up and down, and its leaves glowed with a joyful emerald green. Wang Wen walked over and sighed. A primordial realm cultivator. Who would have thought that I would one day see a primordial realm cultivator get killed? Do you still remember the first time we met? Back then we were still in Iron Blood Weave, and the strongest enemy we encountered was only an enlighter. After that, envoys joined the fray, followed by half-progenitors and finally progenitors. Now even a primordial realm cultivator can be killed like this. Lu Yin looked at the ground where Tianxi's corpse had been reduced to ashes. Perhaps in the future, even eternal realm cultivators will be killed here. Wang Wen sighed. I thought that my dreams were exaggerated enough. Chess master, you really dared to dream. But I like it. Lu Yin frowned. Killing Tianxi won't change the outcome of the war. The spiritualized universe won't give up. Now we just have to wait for their second wave to arrive. He then looked at Wang Wen. Actually, I've been thinking about something. How will the spiritualized universe determine whether or not they'll send a second wave to our Tianyuan universe? Wang Wen's expression was solemn. I'm also thinking about this. Me too. Wei Rong arrived. Lu Yin had the sapling return to the cauldron and clasped his hands behind his back. The three universes are separated by a great distance. Without a springboard, it would take a terrifying amount of time to travel from the spiritualized universe to our Tianyuan universe. Since even bitter adversity realm cultivators can't easily cross such a distance, it's even more impossible for them to communicate with each other. The only way to shorten the distance between the three universes is to use a springboard, Wang Wen said. Wei Rong said, but even the spiritualized universe wouldn't dare to use a springboard so easily. The first wave of people that arrived on the battleships have already been tested. The materials used are very unique and they are ridiculously sturdy. However, they are also very flexible. These two contradictory characteristics can only withstand a springboard. It's impossible to use a springboard to communicate with each other. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. There's one possibility. The same material vibrations, Wang Wen continued. Chapter 3361. Wei Rong asked, those from the spiritualized universe want to create a springboard in our Tianyuan universe? Wang Wen nodded. That's the only possibility. The spiritualized universe gave them a period of time. If they don't create a springboard during this time, they will continue to send reinforcements. There might also be a connection between the springboards similar to vibrations. Wei Rong thought about it. That's the only possibility. He looked at Lu Yin. Pathmaster, we need to confirm this. Lu Yin disappeared and reappeared within the deathly aura. In front of him was Palace Mistress Yao. She was stunned when she saw Lu Yin arrive. An opportunity for reinforcements, Lu Yin said. Her eyes flashed and she stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared back at her with a cold gaze. After a while she whispered, create a springboard. Who can do it? Xianxia. 3 Xianxians can do it? Yes. You can't do it? Lu Yin stared at her and then added, if I find out that you're lying, you'll be the next to die. She shook her head. I can't do it. In our spiritualized universe, Xianxian's status is different from others. Even I, the strongest person under Xianxian, am no exception. There are some things that only Xianxian knows. Lu Yin stared deeply at her and then left. He believed that she was not lying. Tianxi's death had been a huge blow to them. It was not that they cared about Tianxi but rather that they knew that they might really die. The feeling of walking the line between life and death made her not dare to lie. Even Xianxian was no exception. Since she was willing to reveal a secret, then there would be no more secrets left. How much do you know about Meng Sang? Lu Yin asked. The round-faced elder and Bao Qi had both fled, so it was unlikely that they would appear. In comparison, the heavily injured Meng Sang might be easier to find. However, this was only in a relative sense. Palace Mistress Yao told him everything she knew about Meng Sang and Lu Yin frowned. There was not much valuable information but that was normal. How could anyone understand Xianxian so well? The spiritualized universe had a unified cultivation system, but that did not mean that there were no conflicts. In fact, because of the open nature of resources, their conflicts were even more intense. After finding Palace Mistress Yao, Lu Yin went to Primordial Fiend. How do I find Meng Sang? Yuanqi was surprised. Are you looking for Meng Sang? If it's possible, I'd also like to find that president or Bao Qi, Lu Yin said. Primordial Origin thought for a moment. Then it's easier to find Meng Sang. Just enter his dream and you'll be able to find him. Meng Sang's cultivation method is very unique. He has his own world, which is a dreamscape. As long as you create a big enough commotion in the dreamscape, you'll be able to find him. Was it big enough? Lu Yin left and returned to the back mountains of the Above Heaven sect. Several days later, the Heavenly sect issued an order, and everyone fell into a deep sleep. Regardless of whether it was an ordinary person or a cultivator, as long as they came into contact with an extraterrestrial civilization and received orders from the Heavenly sect, they all had to go into hibernation. This order reminded everyone of the previous order not to let them sleep. Although it was strange, Lu Yin's orders were absolute. Everyone still tried to find a way to fall asleep within the time limit. Putting everyone who came into contact with an extraterrestrial civilization into hibernation would create a huge commotion. Due to the unique movement patterns of each planet, their work and rest times were also different. The people who entered deep sleep would always stagger. On average, the people who entered deep sleep would be those who entered deep sleep at a certain time. If a large number of people entered deep sleep at a certain time, it would undoubtedly be like a morning bell to Meng Sang, letting him know that something big had happened. Lu Yin would then be able to find him. In a certain corner of the Heaven's Origin universe, Meng Sang suddenly opened his eyes. What was going on? A large number of people had fallen asleep and his gaze turned cold. Someone was looking for him and only that person could do such a thing. Since you're looking for me, let's see what you want. Meng Sang closed his eyes and entered the dreamscape as well. In the back mountains of the heavenly sect, Lu Yin used the Dream Heart Sutra and entered the dreamscape. He looked at the bubbles in the dreamscape. It was a mysterious world. It was clearly just a dream, but with the technique he could see into other people's dreams and create a world out of thin air. He suddenly remembered that since dreams could turn nothingness into reality, could it be that the real world he was in was also created by some creature due to a cultivation method? In other words, could it be that his world was just a dream? The more one couldn't see through the universe, the more one would imagine. Looking at the endless bubbles, Lu Yin raised a hand. A dream of 1,000 hours, break the dream, Heaven's Origin. The bubbles suddenly opened, and the dreamscape trembled as a figure suddenly appeared. It was Meng Sang. You're looking for me? Meng Sang asked in a low voice. Lu Yin lowered his hand. To find you, I put everyone in the Heaven's Origin universe into hibernation. You can't kill me here. I can leave at any time. Lu Yin looked at her. I'm looking for you to tell you something. You've all been deceived by Xianxia. Meng Sang coldly replied, what a waste of time. She then turned to leave. Have you heard of the Little Spirit universe? Meng Sang didn't respond and his body slowly disappeared. Origin is in my hands, Lu Yin continued. Meng Sang suddenly turned around and stared at Lu Yin. You captured Origin? Lu Yin looked at Meng Sang. He told me Xianxia's secret in exchange for his own life. Xianxia's secret has nothing to do with me. But it's related to this war and the eternal realm. Meng Sang didn't speak and just stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin told Meng Sang about Origin's discovery of the Little Spirit universe. Meng Sang's expression didn't change. Ridiculous. No one would easily believe such a thing, and Lu Yin wasn't surprised by Meng Sang's reaction. Under the current circumstances, Lu Yin had enough reasons to deceive her. However, both Lu Yin and Meng Sang knew that the other wasn't stupid and didn't need to make up such a ridiculous reason. Thus Meng Sang still had some doubts. If Xianxia has a universe that can be rebooted at any time, why wait until now? He's already reached the eternal realm. Lu Yin said, first, the Little Spirit universe hasn't reached the point where it can be rebooted. Second, he's probably not prepared for it. The eternal realm isn't as simple as rebooting a universe. Suddenly Lu Yin thought of something. Rebooting a universe could allow one to reach the eternal realm. This was their current understanding, including the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe. This universe had existed for countless years, and humans had only been born for a short period of time. Then what about before? The civilizations that had appeared before must have reached a dazzling level. Did they think that rebooting a civilization could allow one to reach the eternal realm? Did they also pursue the eternal realm? If so, it could explain why there were no traces of past civilizations in the current universe. But what about the eternal realm? Since they were immortal, why hadn't they been seen? Was Master Qin Chao the first human to reach the eternal realm? Not necessarily. Then, since the birth of the universe, how many civilizations had there been over such a long period of time? How many of those civilizations had pursued the eternal realm? How many eternal realm experts had been born? Eternal life, there should be some. Even if there were very few of them, why hadn't they been seen yet? Could it be that rebooting a universe might not allow one to reach the eternal realm? In an instant, various thoughts flashed through Lu Yin's mind, just like how he had once thought about karma and the passage of time. This universe had too many secrets waiting to be discovered. Since the Origin was exiled, it means that he came here not long after your universe's celestial sect was destroyed. At that time, the Tianyuan universe hadn't reached the point where it could be rebooted because of your ancestors. However, with the destruction of your celestial sect, parallel universes appeared under the Eternal's indulgence. This allowed the Tianyuan universe to be rebooted. And since your so-called little spiritual universe is under the control of Xianxia, its development speed must be faster than your Tianyuan universe. How could it not have reached the point where it could be rebooted? You said that the little spiritual universe isn't that big, so it should have been there a long time ago, Meng Sang said. Seeing that Lu Yin didn't answer, Meng Sang sneered. As for whether it was ready or not, Xianxia has long reached a level second only to the eternal realm. So many years have passed. In fact, if it wasn't for his constant slumber, his time would have been up. How could he not be ready? Do you know how many powerhouses there are in the Beyond Heaven Palace? I'm also curious about how many there are now, a voice said. Meng Sang looked over and was surprised. The origin? Lu Yin was calm. He couldn't make Meng Sang believe him, so he could only rely on the origin to come to this dreamland and participate in the conversation. The task he gave the origin was to convince Meng Sang or he would die. This made the origin extremely angry, but he couldn't resist. Lu Yin didn't care if Tianxi was killed. He knew that the origin's death wouldn't affect him. Long time no see, Meng Sang. The origin sighed. Meng Sang stared at the origin and then at Lu Yin. Were you really captured by him? The origin was helpless and his voice was bitter. Yidao Bell is broken. I'm no match for him. Meng Sang stared at the origin. So you're helping him against us? Yuan Qi shook his head. I'm not helping him. I'm just unhappy with Xianxia. He was exiled because he discovered the secret of the little spirit universe. If not for Xianxia's special identity, he would have died long ago. I can't believe it. It doesn't make sense, Meng Sang said. She then looked at Lu Yin. Aren't you going to take revenge for those people? You want me to believe you because you want to join forces with me. Is this your bottom line as the master of the Tianyuan universe? Lu Yin moved his finger. I must kill you. This hatred can never be resolved. Killing you is my business. It doesn't stop me from using you. Use. Meng Sang sneered. You're saying you want to use me in front of me? Lu Yin sneered. You have no choice but to be used. You came here and took the position of Xianxia. You have plans to pursue the eternal realm, so you must be used by me. If I get the chance, I'll kill you. Similarly, if you get the chance, you'll kill me. Meng Sang's eyes were cold. Lu Yin was right. If he got the chance, he would kill Lu Yin. Lu Yin was one of the few creatures that could threaten him in this dreamland. Chapter 3362. Yuan Qi said, Enough, Meng Sang. I know you won't believe me so easily. Actually, one of the reasons why Xianxia exiled me and didn't kill me was because no one would believe me, just like now. Then his lips curled up into a sinister smile. But it's not impossible to prove it. Lu Yin glanced at Yuan Qi. He had given the old man a death order to convince Meng Sang, but Lu Yin knew how difficult it would be to convince Meng Sang. Even Lu Yin himself couldn't think of a way to convince Meng Sang, but could this old man really do? My path to immortality has been cut off. Even if it's true, what difference does it make to me? Meng Sang was indifferent. She had paid the price of dropping a realm and falling from the primordial realm. Yuan Qi shook his head. Rebooting the universe is a possibility. If you really don't have immortality, why are you telling us so much? As long as there's a 1 in a billion chance, we're willing to grasp it. Meng Sang was silent for a moment before looking at Yuan Qi. What method? Yuan Qi said in a low voice. If Little Ling universe wants to be rebooted, it needs to constantly increase the number of powerhouses, parallel spacetime and sequence strings. Xianxia can't easily kill those powerhouses because there are too many of them. That's why I'm very curious about how many powerhouses Beyond Heaven's Supreme Palace has. Some of them are from Little Ling universe. They don't know. They only think that my spiritualized universe is a parallel spacetime. The other universes are very different from their own, so they can recognize them at a glance. Meng Sang refuted. Aside from the life forms that surrendered from the consciousness universe, I haven't seen any powerhouses that don't belong to spiritualized universes. That's the problem, Yuan Qi said loudly. Yuan Qi said loudly, Xianxia must have used some method to cover it up. Go and find a few spiritualized universe supreme beings. Among them, there should be people from Little Spirit Universe whose forces have been covered up. You won't lose out. You can easily find them and use your own method to identify them. I didn't think about this before, but now I can identify them. Meng Sang, if Xianxia really is hiding a universe, why did he ask you to attack Tianyuan universe? Why didn't he restart Little Ling universe? Also, why did he attack Tianyuan universe only after so many years? Why didn't he attack in between? Have you ever thought about this? Meng Sang's eyes flashed and she remained silent. Because he never wanted you to step into the eternal life realm. You will always be under him, so he is Xianxia and you know we are all Xianxia. He will always be above us, Yuan Qi said loudly. Lu Yin looked at Yuan Qi. The old man's words were reasonable, and even Lu Yin couldn't help but feel dissatisfied with Xianxia. Meng Sang wavered. He would not lose anything if he used the origin method. He only needed to find a few extreme masters from the spiritualized universe and figure out a way to distinguish them. If they really did not belong to the spiritualized universe and did not belong to the consciousness universe, there was only one explanation: the little spiritual universe. At this point he was already more than half convinced of Yuanqi's words. However, Yuanqi had been captured by Lu Yin, and it would be foolish to trust an enemy's words, even if they were true. He looked at Lu Yin. What's your goal? You believe me? Lu Yin asked. Your goal? Buy time. Tell the second wave of reinforcements from the spiritualized universe not to come for the time being. Meng Sang was surprised. Palace Master Yao has betrayed us. You know about the springboard? Meng Sang did not know that Tianxi had been captured. He was recuperating. Of course, those spiritualized universe masters must have known. After all, the scene of them killing Tianxi had shaken the entire Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. How I know is none of your business. In short, if you confirm that Xianxia has hidden the little spiritual universe, the most important thing you should do is to return to the spiritualized universe and fight for the benefits of the little spiritual universe instead of staying in the Tianyuan universe to fight with us. Xianxia sent you here because he did not want you to interfere with the rebooting of the little spiritual universe. It's still possible. Lu Yin's gaze was piercingly cold. The rebooting of the little spiritual universe is almost ready. He sent Xianxia away to prepare for the rebooting of the little spiritual universe and step into the eternal life realm. Meng Sang and Yuan Qi also thought of this and their expressions changed. Who did not want to step into the eternal life realm? Now that they had discovered Xianxia's secret, they were qualified to interfere. If they allowed Xianxia to restart the little spiritual universe and step into the eternal life realm alone, they would not accept it. After reaching Xianxia's position, who did not want to go further? In the history of the spiritualized universe, there was not only one Xianxia. They also wanted to be Xianxia and not be suppressed by one person forever. Once Xianxia stepped into the eternal life realm, they would never be able to make a comeback. Although it was still difficult for them to make a comeback with Xianxia's current strength, it was not completely different. There was a big difference between the eternal life realm and the non-eternal life realm. Thinking of this, Meng Sang knew that he had no other choice. Once he confirmed that Yuan Qi's words were true, he had to do as Lu Yin said and buy time for the Tianyuan universe. He had to build a springboard in the Tianyuan universe to delay the arrival of the second wave of reinforcements from the spiritualized universe. He could also use the springboard to return to the spiritualized universe. He stared deeply at Lu Yin. He had been used and he had been openly used. Moreover, this person's desire to kill him was extremely strong. Although building a springboard could delay the arrival of the second wave of reinforcements from the spiritualized universe, once he used it to return to the spiritualized universe, he would either have a falling out with Xianxia and be dealt with by Xianxia, or Xianxia would bring him along to restart the little spiritual universe. The little spiritual universe would definitely be restarted, and the spiritualized universe would definitely have more eternal life realm experts. The only difference was whether there would be 1, 2 or even more. Letting him return to the spiritualized universe would not benefit the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin's goal was to delay the arrival of reinforcements from the spiritualized universe, so he would definitely not let him return safely. In other words, the day the springboard was built would be the day Lu Yin would make a move on him. At that time it would depend on whose methods were stronger. Either he would use the springboard to return to the spiritualized universe, or the springboard would be built and the spiritualized universe would think that the war had gone smoothly, while the Tianyuan universe would be safe for the time being. The premise for all of this was that Xianxia's secret was true. I have a condition, Meng Sang said. Lu Yin looked at him. Speak. I want to return to the spiritualized universe safely, Meng Sang said bluntly. He was probing Lu Yin. From the Tianyuan universe's point of view, it was impossible for him to agree to this condition. Otherwise, even if he delayed the arrival of reinforcements from the spiritualized universe, He would not be able to change the Tianyuan universe's fate. Between an eternal life realm expert like Xianxia and several eternal life realm experts, Lu Yi knew which one to choose. I won't agree to whether or not I can return to the spiritualized universe. If you have the ability, then go back yourself, Lu Yi said. This answer made Meng Sang even more certain that Yu Sangtian's secret was true. This made him want to return even more. Since Yu Sangtian had been sent away, there was only one chance to restart the universe. If he missed this chance, he would not be able to wait until the next one. Lu Yi continued, I don't need to agree to any of your conditions. You can go and investigate whether or not Yu Sangtian's secret is true. I've said from the start that I'm just using you. The bitter adversity realm does not mean that one will definitely be able to enter the eternal life realm. Among the 7 great Sangtians, who can guarantee that they will be able to enter the eternal life realm when the universe is restarted? Yuanqi, are you confident? Meng Sang looked at Yuanqi and asked loudly. Yuanqi frowned. The eternal life realm was a realm that should be possible to enter, but it was illusory. No one can be sure of entering the eternal life realm. If I return to the spiritualized universe, I will most likely be dealt with by Yu Sangtian. Since that is the case, I can choose not to return and not help you build a springboard. I can give up the chance to enter the eternal life realm through the restarting of the spiritual universe. This is also my choice, Meng Sang said. Lu Yin's lips curled up. It's up to you. With that, he left the dreamscape. Meng Sang watched Lu Yin's figure disappear and her eyes grew colder. This game depended on who could give up more. Lu Yin could give up on delaying the reinforcements from the spiritualized universe, but the price would be that the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe would go to war. More sacrifices would be made, and Lu Yin would have to give up the chance to enter the eternal life realm. Sometimes, giving up was a harder choice than fighting. Yuanqi also disappeared. He did not dare to stay in the dreamscape for fear that Lu Yin would be wary of him. Above the sky sect's back mountain, Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked at the deep starry sky. Meng Sang would not give up on entering the eternal life realm. This was his only chance as long as he could prove the existence of the spiritual universe. As he thought about it, Lu Yin made the border of the Tianyuan universe open up a path for Meng Sang to go outside the stone door. On the other side, Meng Sang quickly found a few progenitor cultivators from the spiritualized universe. There were many progenitor cultivators who had escaped from the battlefield, and only the spiritualized universe could find them. Meng Sang tried various methods and finally sensed an aura that did not belong to the spiritualized universe, the consciousness universe, or the Tianyuan universe on one of the spiritualized universe's cultivators. This aura was unfamiliar but also familiar. It was familiar with Yu Sangtian's power. Yu Sangtian had used some method to conceal this person's aura. Meng Sang immediately continued to search for other spiritualized universe's cultivators. After some time, she found 2 more with the same aura. At this point, she was sure that Yu Sangtian had hidden the spiritual universe. The aura of different universes could not be imitated, just like how it was impossible for a person to dream of someone they had never seen before. After confirming the existence of the spiritual universe, Meng Sang pondered for 2 days and finally decided to take a gamble. No matter what Lu Yin's attitude was, she had to return to the spiritualized universe. She did not expect Yu Sangtian to publicize the spiritual universe, as that was unrealistic. Furthermore, if she were Yu Sangtian, she would not want too many people to enter the eternal life realm and be on equal footing with her. Meng Sangtian only hoped to follow Yu Sangtian into the spiritual universe and enter the eternal life realm. As for how to do that, she had already thought of it, but the premise was that she could return to the spiritual universe. A springboard, she still had to create a springboard. Lu Yin's figure appeared in Meng Sang's mind. This person would not let her go back so easily, and it would depend on who had the better means. Lu Yin would definitely have the advantage because he was the only one who knew how to create the springboard. Only then would it be considered a success. Meng Sang would then have a chance to leave. When she arrived at the border of the Tianyuan universe, she was surrounded by the Tianyuan universe's experts. There was only one path without any traces, and that path was obviously left behind by Lu Yin. Lu Yin could not attack her at this time, but Meng Sang was cautious. Lu Yin would not let go of the grudge of Astral Ten's massacre. If she could cultivate to Sangtian's position, how could she let her fate be in the hands of others? Chapter 3363. Not long after, a figure appeared and headed towards the stone door. Wu Tian and the rest looked over and stared at that person. That person was nervous and did not want to come, but Meng Sang's orders made it impossible for him to disobey. He could only grit his teeth and head towards the stone door. Once the people from the Tianyuan universe attacked, this person would definitely die. At this moment, not only were the people from the Tianyuan universe watching, but Meng Sang was also watching from afar. She was using this person to test Lu Yin and see what he would do. Lu Yin quickly received the news, but he did not care. Meng Sang could test him however she wanted. That person arrived safely outside the stone door and relaxed. As long as he passed through the stone door, he could escape, although he might not be able to do so. Beyond the stone door was the direction to the spiritualized universe. It was boundless, but it was still better than being killed here. Soon after, another figure headed towards the stone door. It was another spiritualized cultivator. Then came a second, third, and fourth person. Meng Sang was one of the hidden people. If Lu Yin really did act, he might or might not be able to find Meng Sang. Meng Sang had a good grasp of the situation, and those who headed towards the stone door were all ordinary progenitors, so the Tianyuan universe would not be too wary of them. After the fifth person, no one headed towards the stone door because the fifth person was Meng Sang. He had arrived outside the stone door as he wished, and even if the Tianyuan universe wanted to kill him, he would have enough time to escape. It was time to build a springboard. The springboard was a kind of cosmic astrology. When the spiritualized universe was first discovered, it was not seen at all. It could be described as magical. It was a kind of astrology that borrowed force to fight force. It used the power of the universe itself to throw everything close to the springboard far away. This power was beyond human imagination. Even the eternal life realm might not have this kind of power. If not for this power, it would not have been possible to cross two universes so easily in just 10 years. When the springboard had been discovered, the spiritualized universe had studied it for a long time before determining its use. At that time, the entire spiritualized universe had been in an uproar, as everyone felt that they could use the springboard to easily reach the consciousness universe and speed up the process of conquering it. However, there were always people with great wisdom who saw the danger. This was because the springboard was not a 1 in a billion chance celestial phenomenon. Instead, it was a celestial phenomenon that could appear between universes. Since it could appear, it meant that it could be discovered. If a civilization determined the purpose of the springboard before the humans and monitored it, the civilization that used it would be in trouble. The civilizations that could monitor the springboard would definitely surpass the civilizations that had just discovered it. If they dared to monitor it, it meant that they had the confidence to control everything. This was pessimistic for the civilizations that had just discovered the springboard. It had only been a few years since the spiritualized universe went from being excited to being pessimistic. The entire spiritualized universe accepted this pessimistic thought very quickly. It could be said that once this thought spread, it was accepted by the entire spiritualized universe at an astonishing speed. It was as if it was branded into their bones. The human fear of the unknown quickly gained the upper hand. Even Yu Sangtian was silent. From then on, the springboard became a taboo. No matter what the situation was, it was best not to use it. Even if it took countless years to conquer the universe of consciousness, the spiritualized universe would not use the springboard. During this period of time, many people had wasted their lives on the journey to the universe of consciousness, and many people had died because they did not receive any reinforcements. They might have been resentful before they died, but they would not have wanted to use a springboard until they were on the brink of death. This was a fear that stemmed from their very souls. Over the countless years, although the spiritualized universe rarely used the springboard, they had still used it more than once. Most of the time, they had used it to study the springboard's astrology. Since they had guessed that there were other civilizations that could monitor the springboard, they wanted to become that civilization as well. After so many years, the spiritualized universe's greatest achievement was to completely suppress the universe of consciousness. It was only a matter of time before they conquered and rebooted the universe of consciousness. The spiritualized universe's research on the springboard was more or less complete, and they had even attempted to create a small springboard. At this point, the time needed to create a small springboard had been reduced to around 3 years. Even with Sangtian's strength, he still needed 3 years to create an astrology. One could imagine how powerful this astrology would be. Furthermore, this was not the true springboard. This springboard would only allow the user to jump 1/10 of the distance to the true springboard. In other words, The spiritualized universe could use the true springboard to reach the Tianyuan universe in 10 years. If the Tianyuan universe created a small springboard, the distance they had jumped and the time it took to create it would take at least 40 years to reach the Tianyuan universe. This was already a very good result. If there were any accidents along the way, this time would be extended indefinitely. Since Meng Sang had created the springboard, Lu Yin was relieved. Now it all depended on luck. If the spiritualized universe's reinforcements set off before the springboard was completed, then no one would be able to stop them. Now there was something that Lu Yin had wanted to do for a long time. After leaving the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin went to Immemorial City and found Mr. Mu to learn about tracing the past. You want to learn tracing the past? Mr. Mu asked. Lu Yin nodded and bowed deeply. Please grant my wish, Master. I know that I can only learn one of Master's ultimate techniques, but tracing the past is very important to me. Possible I would like to learn it. The small boat could cross the river of time, but it could only constantly flash images of time without any coordinates. It was like a boat sailing in the sea, unable to find its direction. If Lu Yin learned tracing the past, he would be able to use time that was not integrated into the river of time as coordinates. He would be able to find many years of the past by himself, and he could even use parallel time as coordinates for his future self to find. This was equivalent to sending a message to his future self. Without tracing the past, he would have to rely on Senior Mu Zhu and the others, which would be too inconvenient. Mr. Mu nodded. With your cultivation of the power of time, you can indeed learn tracing the past. Actually, the reason why I set the rule that you could only learn one was because these two ultimate techniques were too difficult to learn at the same time. I was only able to do it by coincidence. Your path is similar to Tai Chu's, and Tai Chu could not cut off the river of time no matter how strong he was. However, you are special and have learned too many powers. Now it seems that the more you learn, the better. Lu Yin was overjoyed. Thank you, Master. Mr. Mu sighed. I should be the one thanking you. Your path is different from Tai Chu's and mine, but it encompasses all of us. In the future we will be able to see the true path of great success from you. This is also the lifelong wish of cultivators like us. Tracing the past can cut off the river of time after great success. If this power is used well, it will benefit people. If not, the universe will be in chaos. Many things in this universe are rooted in fixing the river of time and occupying the mirage domain. You must remember this. Lu Yin said, Master, this is not your fault. Occupying the mirage domain and cutting off the river of time is just a catalyst for all sorts of conflicts and conspiracies. If not for this, who knows when the spiritualized universe would have acted? Perhaps the Tianyuan universe would have already been rebooted. We have the ability to fight against the spiritualized universe because of the fixed mirage domain. This caused the Tianyuan universe to have different space-time flows. Everything has a cause and effect. Mr. Mu was shocked. There was cause and effect. Cause and effect. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. During these 2 years, there was no trace of the sole true God and the others. Progenitor Qin was still chasing after the Forgotten Ruins God, but he was still chasing after various bugs. The round-faced elder from the spiritualized universe and Bao Qi did not appear. They had all hidden themselves. Tianxi had clearly escaped from the border of the Tianyuan universe, but he had been killed by Lu Yin in the heavenly sect. This matter made them cautious. Meng Sang was still creating a springboard outside the stone door. Lu Yin had watched her from afar several times and vaguely saw the mysterious celestial phenomenon. He did not know how long it would take to complete it. As for tracing the past, it was not difficult to learn. Lu Yin's cultivation of the power of time had already surpassed that of ordinary people, so learning tracing the past was twice as easy. He often traversed the river of time and used tracing the past to find times that had not been absorbed by the river of time. He let the small boat of light devour them and increase the boat's toughness. A considerable portion of the times that had not been absorbed by the river of time appeared in various battlefields, such as the Disaster Zone, Immemorial City, and the border of the Tianyuan universe. Some of these times were used by Lu Yin while others were used by others. Lu Yin also saw the time where Progenitor Qin had been severely injured. It was left behind when Progenitor Qin had forcefully withstood the power of the Forgotten Ruins God's palm and skipped time. Lu Yin let the small boat of light devour the time to eliminate the hidden danger for Progenitor Qin. No one would be able to find such a time to injure Progenitor Qin. Of course, no one should be able to find it in the first place except for those who cultivated tracing the past. Only tracing the past could accurately find times that had not been absorbed by the river of time. Lu Yin saw his own image again, and this made him feel depressed. Was it Master Grass? Was he spying on him? Someone had been monitoring him for a long time. This was the first time Lu Yin had seen it when he entered the Mirage domain to fish. At that time he had felt a chill down his spine. Now he saw it again. Other than a powerhouse like Master Grass, he could not think of anyone else who could monitor him in such a way. No matter how he planned the war with the spiritualized universe, he would have to face one person in the end, and that was Master Grass. Lu Yin only hoped that Master Grass would be wary of the karmic chain. This was their only chance of survival. Even though this chance was very slim. Those who had encountered the Eternal Realm had all been defeated. The Lost Clan's third stronghold had the Regent and other top powerhouses, but they had all been defeated by the Immortal Master. Mr. Mu's spacetime had been defeated by an omnipotent existence. Now they were facing the Eternal Realm. This pressure was unimaginable for ordinary people. Lu Yin needed more and more fishing to calm his mind. He looked into the distance and had a chance to choose again. Fate, what did he see? Under the starry sky, countless meteorite fragments were connected together to form a ring. Atop the ring, Yen Gang looked at the flickering flames in front of him with a burning gaze. Good treasure, good treasure. My lord, this is a good treasure. Not far away, Tiango shouted as it stared at the flickering flames. It did not seem to care. The god of forgotten ruins was surprised. It's just an enlighter. What's so good about it? Yen Gang was excited. It's hard to avoid the flames that you see. This is called Firefly's bewitchment. It's born from the heart and can burn living things. As long as you see it, you will definitely be burned. Although it's only an enlighter, it has the advantage of being unable to avoid it, and there are many of them. The god of forgotten ruins was disdainful. It doesn't sound that different from the other bugs. Chapter 3364. Yen Gang wanted to refute the god of forgetfulness's words, but after thinking about it, it was true. The other worms had the unavoidable Qianli and had the characteristic of endless numbers. Firefly had no advantage. The main reason was that during this period, the hive had been breeding new worms, but they were all mediocre. Yen Gang was excited when he saw something decent. King Qing glanced at the god of forgetfulness. No one knows that Firefly came from the hive. The god of forgetfulness raised his eyebrows and looked at King Qing. At the same time, Black Wuxian and Wang Xiaoyu looked at King Qing. That was the biggest characteristic of Firefly. No one knew that it came from the hive. As long as it didn't attack first, it would be a great threat to intelligent creatures when its numbers spread all over the universe. The one true god's voice was heard. Keep it and breed it. Let Firefly fill the parallel universes under the heavenly sect. Yen Gang said respectfully, "Yes, my lord." The one true god looked into the distance. They're finally here. Two figures appeared in the distance. They were the round-faced elder and Bao Qi. After the battle at the border of the Tianyuan universe, they had been hiding and didn't dare to expose themselves. They saw Tianxi being killed in the heavenly sect with their own eyes. They didn't dare to find anyone for fear of being killed. They were Xianxia, but they felt wronged. After 2 years they finally found the one true god. Xianxia was extremely powerful. When the round-faced elder and Bao Qi arrived, the heavenly hound kept barking and the god of forgetfulness became serious. Black Wuxian's eyes turned cold. He was no stranger to these two. The defeat of the consciousness universe was related to them. He came from the consciousness universe and surrendered to the spiritualized universe, but he was sent to the Tianyuan universe by the spiritualized universe. He had mixed feelings about the spiritualized universe. Eternal, we finally meet. The round-faced elder was not far away from the one true god. He spoke slowly. On the side, Bao Qi glanced at the god of forgetfulness and the others. He paused on Black Wuxian and then looked at the one true god. The one true god was still covered in the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. It hadn't dimmed after so many years. "I can't help you," the one true god said. The round-faced elder stared at the one true god. The 6 paths of reincarnation realms set by the great heavenly master hasn't been removed? They had been in the Tianyuan universe for a few years. The only true god's tone was calm. She is a bitter disaster realm elite. She is second only to absolute beginning. In the spiritualized universe she is equivalent to Xianxia. A Xianxia level elite that sacrificed her life to set up the seal is not that easy to remove. But you are eternal. The round-faced elder's voice was stern. The one true God did not care. I'm not at the eternal life realm yet. The round-faced elder looked at the only true God, and the only true God looked back at him. They looked at each other and remained silent for a moment. Baoqi asked, "Where is the origin?" The only true God replied, "I don't know." "Where's Zhou Xian?" "I don't know about Yuan Qi or Zhou Xian. They are people from your spiritualized universe. They disappeared after the battle in Primordial City. Perhaps they died in the hands of the Above Heaven sect, or perhaps they went into hiding just like Meng Sang." The round-faced elder was surprised. "You know about Meng Sang?" The only true God said, "Although the Eternals have been defeated, I still know a little about the Tianyuan universe from time to time." The round-faced elder stared at the one true God. "Why was Tianxi captured by the Above Heaven sect? He should have come looking for you." "He did. He asked me why I didn't help you," the only true God answered. The round-faced elder and Baoqi looked at the only true God. The only true God turned his head and looked into the distance. "They are here again. Let's avoid them first." The round-faced elder and Baoqi looked in the same direction. "Who is it?" The god of forgotten ruins felt a headache coming. "A guy who is chasing after us. Tianxi was captured by him." The round-faced elder's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Why don't you deal with him?" The god of forgotten ruins smiled. "Senior, you can deal with him. No one will stop you." The round-faced elder looked at the god of forgotten ruins with a deep gaze. "What happened?" He Wuxian said in a low voice. "His name is Xiaxia. He can track us down. He is an expert from the Tianyuan universe. There is more than one expert with him. Sir's strength is limited, so he can't do anything. Those people are not simple. Let's avoid them. Lu Yin's methods are sinister. These people are chasing us so openly. Who knows how many experts are waiting in the dark? They can come at any time. Don't forget that this is the Tianyuan universe. For now it is Lu Yin's world." The round-faced elder did not refute. He immediately changed direction with the one true God. If it was only Progenitor Qin alone, he could take action. After all, there were so many experts here. Even if the above sky sect surrounded them, it would not be easy to win. However, the one true God's strength was limited, and there was more than Progenitor Qin. He did not want to take the risk. Those who could cultivate to the position of Xianxia were not boorish. Baoqi had completely changed. If it was before he stepped into bitter disaster, he would have dared to do anything. Now he was unwilling to do anything. Bitter disaster could change a person. Every person in the bitter disaster realm was a madman. Not long after, Progenitor Qin, Kuzu, and the others stepped into the meteorite debris belt. "There is nothing. There are no worms. Strange. Recently there have been fewer worms left behind. I feel that something is wrong. Be careful. According to the Lost Clan, the worm nest has begun to cultivate strange worms. No one knows what characteristics and abilities these worms have. Even Xian is a corpse king. Nothing is impossible. There is a strange aura. It is very powerful. It should be from the spiritualized universe. It should be Xianxia from the spiritualized universe. Aside from Xianxia, no one else is qualified to find the one true God and the others. Although it will be troublesome for them to reunite, they are not as scattered as before. Continue the chase." In another space-time, the one true God repeated what he had said to Tianxi. The round-faced elder and Baoqi could not refute him. Although many spiritualized cultivators had died in the battle at the border of the Tianyuan universe, they had all been progenitors. The only real loss was Palace Mistress Yao. As for Tianxi, he had been captured later. Other than that, there were only the geniuses who had come with them. However, as long as the spiritualized universe's cultivation method existed, it did not matter if some geniuses died. Time could make up for it. At most, it would take a few decades. With the one true God's strength suppressed, he could not help them. In the current Tianyuan universe, the sect above heaven was the most powerful sect. Lu Yin had been tracking them all this time. Now that they had reunited with the one true God, they had the confidence to face the sect above heaven. "Do you know where Meng Sang is?" the round-faced elder asked. The one true God was indifferent. "If you don't know, how would I know?" The round-faced elder frowned. It was strange. It had been 2 years, but there was still no news of Meng Sang. Was she still recovering from her injuries? Or had she been captured by the sect above heaven? Meng Sang had not told the round-faced elder and the others about creating a springboard outside the stone door. Creating a springboard was equivalent to stopping the spiritualized universe from sending reinforcements. However, in their current situation, they could not win unless they revealed Xianxia's secret. Meng Sang did not plan to tell them that Xianxia wanted to dominate the small spirit universe and reach the eternal realm alone. He also wanted to reach the eternal realm alone and suppress the other Xianxians. He had his own methods to try to restart the small spirit universe at the same time as Xianxia. There was no need to bring more people, especially after he had fallen to the primordial realm. He was at a disadvantage compared to the other Xianxians. In the following period, the round-faced elder and Bao Qi decided to follow the one true God and the others. Even when the Forgotten Ruins God mocked them several times, he could not make them leave. The Eternals were the mortal enemies of the sect above heaven. If possible, the sect above heaven would be more willing to eliminate the one true God now. After all, the one true God's strength was limited. If they did not kill him now, he would be difficult to deal with in the future. It was safest to follow the one true God now. He would never be found by the sect above heaven. They were right, but the sect above heaven did not find them. Someone else did. Looking at the woman who had suddenly appeared, the one true God was surprised. At this moment, to no surprise, the person who had appeared before them was Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei smiled at the one true God. Long time no see, Eternals. How did you find me? The one true God was confused. The round-faced elder and Bao Qi's eyes turned cold. They had actually been found. Mr. Wei smiled faintly and did not explain. Instead he said, "The Mirage Domain is about to appear." A light flashed through the one true God's eyes. The round-faced elder suddenly took a step forward and said excitedly, "What did you say? The Mirage Domain is about to appear?" Mr. Wei looked at the round-faced elder. "You must be Sang Tian of the spiritualized universe. What does the Mirage Domain represent to the spiritualized universe?" The round-faced elder stared at Mr. Wei. "Countless possibilities." Mr. Wei clasped his hands behind his back and nodded. "Yes, countless possibilities. The biggest difference between the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe is that under the interference of the Mirage Domain, the Tianyuan universe has many parallel universes with different time flows. Luyin has the method to enter the Mirage Domain. Although he can only enter once as long as no one else can enter, that one time will be permanent for him. Time stagnates. He can gather all the resources of the Tianyuan universe in an instant and use them to deal with your spiritualized universe. I know this. Where is the Mirage Domain? How do you know? The round-faced elder asked. Mr. Wei smiled faintly. I will tell you the time and location of the Mirage Domain. Not only you, I will also tell Luyin and the rest. I hope you can deal with them in the Mirage Domain. Luyin is too stubborn. The round-faced elder asked, "Where is it?" Mr. Wei slowly told them the time and location of the Mirage Domain. The round-faced elder noted it down and stared at Mr. Wei. "You cannot tell the sect above heaven. I don't want any accidents to happen." Mr. Wei was amused and looked at him. "You want to monopolize the Mirage Domain and break the separation of the River of Time so that it can flow to other universes? Since you know, please stay. Also, tell me how you know the time and location of the Mirage Domain." The round-faced elder attacked Mr. Wei without holding back. Regardless of Mr. Wei's identity, he belonged to the Tianyuan universe. As Sang Tian of the spiritualized universe, he had an attitude of looking down on the Tianyuan universe. If not for the sect above heaven surrounding him, he would not have hidden. Now that he attacked Mr. Wei, he did not need to worry about this. Mr. Wei was clearly not with Luyin. Chapter 3365. Mr. Wei watched the round-faced elder's fingers turn golden, but his expression did not change. A pair of scissors and a paper cut appeared in his hands. Without a Mirage Domain, you will never be able to reach a certain height in the domain of time. If Luyin can see through this, then he might be able to defeat the spiritualized universe. He then cut the paper cut in two. This person is called Nong Yi. The moment the paper cut was cut, the round-faced elder seemed to hear the roar of a river and the churn of a lake. An indescribable and invisible power descended in an incomprehensible manner. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Mr. Wei in shock. Was this the power of time? Although the spiritualized universe didn't have a mirage domain and thus couldn't go very far on the path of time as Xianxia, he wasn't completely helpless against time. Lu Yin's parallel time couldn't do anything to him, as he could see through time and even parallel time. However, Mr. Wei's methods left him at a loss. What kind of power was this? Came from time and the passage of time. The Forgotten Ruins god Wang Xiaoyu, Blacklist god, and the others looked at Mr. Wei in fear. They could not understand that paper cut either. You want to change the karma of time, but because the river of time cannot be reversed, you can only form waves, the only true god said. The round-faced elder was shocked. Such a thing could be done? Mr. Wei's lips curled up as he looked at the round-faced elder. He then took out another paper cut. Everyone who has interacted with you is a wave that can be reversed in the river of time. If this wave can be reversed, then it can change the past. But if it cannot be reversed, then the power of the river of time will be enough to severely injure you. Nong Yi was the first progenitor of the Tianyuan universe that you killed. Lu Yin cares about his death a lot. She then waved another paper cut. This person is called Zhou Xian. She then looked at Bao Qi. He helped you step into bitter adversity. Bao Qi's eyes narrowed as he looked deeply at the paper cut. If this paper cut was cut, then his fate would be the same as the president's. The round-faced elder looked at Mr. Wei with murderous intent. Mr. Wei's methods must have come from the mirage domain and were related to the river of time. He had to obtain such methods. Although he had been severely injured, it did not mean that he would lose to Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei's attack just now could only be considered a sneak attack. This person was also undergoing bitter adversity. The Tianyuan universe actually had such an expert. Mr. Wei glanced at the president and Bao Qi. I understand your desire for the mirage. Telling Lu Yin is also giving you a chance to kill him in the mirage. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. After that, her figure gradually disappeared. The president wanted to make a move, but the one true god said, you can't stop her. She can see the future. If the past could be blocked, she wouldn't have appeared. You can do such a thing? The president's eyes were blazing. The Forgotten Ruins god smiled. It's time to meet little Lu Yin. This person isn't on the same side as the Above Heaven sect. Even if she tells Lu Yin might not believe her. Even if the mirage domain really appears, Lu Yin won't bring too many people with him. After all, he has to guard against the spiritualized universe and us. Everyone, the mirage domain is the best opportunity to kill Lu Yin. What is the origin of that person? Bao Qi asked. The only true god said indifferently, I don't know. The Above Heaven sect existed in the past. If Xianxia was still alive, he might know. How did she find this place? The president's round face was frosty. The only true god did not speak. He suddenly stared at Black Wuxian with murderous intent in his eyes. Black Wuxian's expression changed. Black lines rotated in his pupils. I have never interacted with Wei Nu. The president narrowed his eyes. Life forms in the consciousness universe can't be trusted. Black Wuxian said in a low voice, that's why we were brought to the Tianyuan universe. Here we have never betrayed the Eternals. The one true god looked at the president. Wei Nu didn't find us. She found Tai Hong. That grand celestial? Bao Qi was surprised. The Forgotten Ruins god exclaimed, I remember now. Wei Nu and Tai Hong are old acquaintances. With her ability in the Tao of Time, she might have done something to Tai Hong and found the 6 paths of reincarnation. The president frowned. You have allowed such a person to roam freely until now. No wonder the Eternals were defeated even with our support. The Forgotten Ruins god smiled. Be careful. Even if the Eternals were defeated, your spiritualized universe might be defeated as well. The president glanced at the Forgotten Ruins god. Will the mirage domain really appear? Will it be Lu Yin's scheme? The one true god shook his head. No, Wei Nu has her own plans. I can't see through her. But she won't work with Lu Yin. The path to immortality is too narrow. The president moved his finger. Too narrow? He looked at the starry sky of the Tianyuan universe. This universe would definitely be rebooted in the end. How many people would be able to take that path? When would Xianxia arrive? In the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin also received news that the Mirage domain was about to open. Why would Wei Nu suddenly open the Mirage domain? Lu Yin didn't understand, but he didn't doubt that Wei Nu had the ability to open the Mirage domain. She was the ferryman of the River of Time. He only hoped that she wouldn't be ambushed by fate when she entered the Mirage Domain. Now was not the time to start anew. He would receive the news when the Mirage Domain opened. What about the others? For example, the Eternals and the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin didn't believe that Wei Nu would open the Mirage Domain for him alone. The ultimate goal of the ferryman of the River of Time was to cross the bitter adversity. Everyone who crossed the bitter adversity was crazy, especially if they didn't belong to the Tianyuan universe. The evidence was that Wei Nu didn't tell Lu Yin where and when the Mirage Domain would appear. She only told him that it would appear. It was obvious that she didn't want him to bring people to kill other people who entered the Mirage Domain. Lu Yin walked out of the Above Heaven sect and headed to Immemorial City to meet Mr. Mu. Wei Nu wants to open the Mirage Domain? I don't know what she's thinking, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin was curious. Master, when the Mirage Domain was fixed, the River of Time was cut off. Does Wei Nu have the ability to break it? Definitely. Mr. Mu looked solemn. Wei Nu is the ferryman of the River of Time. No matter how powerful my technique is, it can't surpass the River of Time itself. As long as she is the ferryman of the River of Time, she can completely control it. Fate said that you have a chance to choose again. It's all based on Wei Nu. No one else can do it, including me. Lu Yin didn't understand. If that's the case, why did she allow the Mirage Domain to be fixed? Is it because she wants to break free from the River of Time? Or is it because she wants to break free from the River of Time related to the fixed Mirage Domain? Mr. Mu shook his head. I'm not a ferryman, so I don't know what's going on. I can't see through Wei Nu's plans. If you want to find her, you can only do it in the Mirage Domain. The path to the Eternal Realm is filled with enemies. Everyone is thinking of ways to step into the Eternal Realm. Don't trust anyone easily. Lu Yin nodded. I understand. Lu Yin was prepared for the worst-case scenario on this trip to the Mirage Domain. He would encounter the one true God and the rest, as well as experts from the spiritualized universe. In that case, he would have to pay attention to who he brought to the Mirage Domain. He had to deal with the enemies in the Mirage Domain and even surround and kill them. At the same time, he had to guard against the outside world. Although the time in the Mirage Domain was fixed, Wei Nu was a variable. She could let people enter the Mirage Domain at any time and change the time in the Mirage Domain. Lu Yin didn't want to see the destroyed Above Heaven sect after coming out. Half a month later, Lu Yin entered the Endless Battlefield. The Mirage Domain would open in a parallel universe of the Endless Battlefield. He had already received specific information. At the same time, in the opposite direction, the one true God and the rest stepped into the region where the Mirage Domain would appear. They were very cautious. The moment they appeared, they checked the entire parallel universe to prevent being surrounded and killed by the Above Heaven sect. However, they worried too much. Lu Yin couldn't get the news in advance, so there was no encirclement. There was a parallel universe called Huha in the Endless Battlefield. It was just an ordinary parallel universe. Before Lu Yin came into contact with the Six Directions sect, the most powerful expert that appeared here was only a half-martial ancestor. No one would have thought that the Mirage Domain would appear here. Lu Yin, the one true God, and the rest arrived at Huha spacetime almost at the same time. They were all top-notch experts. The moment they appeared, they noticed each other. Lu Yin's eyes widened. On the opposite side, the president's expression changed. He first thought that he had been fooled. However, suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared between the two sides. The long River of Time was faintly discernible. That was the Mirage Domain. The Mirage Domain really appeared. Faced with the temptation of the Mirage Domain, even if Lu Yin and the rest were there, the president and Bao Qi had to rush in. Their desire for the Mirage Domain was too strong. The one true God's gaze passed through the parallel universe and landed on Lu Yin and the rest. Lu Yin also saw the one true God. Eternal, you snatched Tianxi's turbid spirit seed and threw him to me. I will remember this favor. After that, the soil covered the starry sky and pressed down on the one true God and the rest. Beside Lu Yin, Li Shou and Su Wang rushed out. Chu Yi and Lu Yuan also attacked. On the other side, Ancestor Qin and Ancestor Ku followed the God of Forgetfulness and the rest. They seemed to be surrounded from all directions. When the president heard Lu Yin's words, he subconsciously wanted to look at the one true God. However, he forcibly restrained himself and shouted, "Junior, it's meaningless to sow discord now. You obstructed my plan to spiritualize the universe. I will kill you." Baoqi took out the cauldron bell. A silent explosion of power swept through the entire starry sky, causing Huha spacetime to tremble. The endless soil turned into spears and fell like raindrops, piercing towards the one true god and the rest. The god of forgetfulness and Wang Xiaoyu were afraid, but the president and Baoqi didn't care. In front of them, Chu Yi and Lu Yuan had arrived. In the distance, Ancestor Chen was far away. He used Lu Yin's soil to strike. Ancestor Ku rushed towards the one true god. He had dared to rush into the disaster zone alone. Now he wouldn't let the one true god go. The battle between the two top-notch experts of the universe tore Huha spacetime apart. Fortunately, there was no one left in this spacetime after the Eternals were defeated. Everyone had migrated out. Otherwise, no one would have survived this battle. Chapter 3366. Wherever the chief's golden pen pointed, the sealed world enveloped Chu Yi. Chu Yi used the path of Tianyi to avoid the sealed world and the golden pen, and the sky-propping pillar smashed down. Baoqi opened his mouth and roared, causing the stars to boil. On the other side, the divine seal catalog above Lu Yuan's head slammed into the general platform. Bang! With a loud bang, the general platform rumbled and Lu Yuan coughed up blood. He was not only facing an expert who had crossed the bitter adversity, but also an expert who had grasped the cauldron bell. Lu Yuan and Chu Yi could not stop Sang Tian. Fortunately, Li Shou and Su Wang supported them from the side, especially when a huge hand enveloped them. Even the chief and Baoqi feared it. The ancestor of giants had taken action. Lu Yin had not asked him to take action in the border war of the Tianyuan universe because he was waiting for this moment. He could not expose all the powers of the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin targeted the one true god. Of all the people present, he was most afraid of him. Golden light flowed around the one true god's body as he was enveloped by the true god heaven transformation technique. Soil covered the stars and Lu Yin pressed down with one hand, overturning sky palm. The intent realm battle technique suppressed the stars. Not only the one true god but all the enemies including the chief were enveloped by this palm. The chief was shocked. An intent realm battle technique? Baoqi's eyes turned cold. Palace Mistress Yao had been heavily injured by Lu Yin's intent realm battle technique, and now Lu Yin was using another one. Just how many intent realm battle techniques did he know? Under the overturning sky palm, the Forgotten Ruins god Wang Xiaoyu and He Wuxian all spat out blood. The chief and Baoqi resisted with their sequence foundations. If not for that, their own sequence particles would have been dispersed by the stars around Lu Yin's heart. Moreover, they were fighting against primordial realm powerhouses, so the laws did not allow them to get close. Tengu wailed as it was sent flying by the palm. Ancestor Qin and Ancestor Ku took the opportunity to attack the one true god. Black lines pierced through the void, coming from He Wuxian. The Forgotten Ruins god pushed the meditative ruins towards Ancestor Qin and Ancestor Ku. Ancestor Ku took a step forward, his withered body slamming into the meditative ruins. At this moment, lanterns appeared one after another. They came from the Forgotten Ruins deity's true god freedom technique. One of the lanterns had the word, withered, written on it. The Forgotten Ruins deity waved his hand and the lantern was torn apart. The withered ancestor's body was recovering rapidly. The Forgotten Ruins god's palm. Boom. The starry sky was distorted as the god of forgetfulness retreated step by step. Ancestor Qin passed by Ancestor Ku and used the meditative ruins to attack the only true god. The sole true god glanced up as a sword appeared in his hand. With a slash of his sword, it was as though nothing had happened. However, Ancestor Qin suddenly appeared far away in the distance. That was the power of time, and that sword was none other than the primogeniture sword. Baoqi used the cauldron bell to constantly emit a silent might that covered the cosmos. The cauldron bell and the sealed world sequence particles filled the cosmos. The strength beast and the illusionary beast slammed into the cauldron bell. Along the way they were blocked by the sequence particles. Immediately after, the soundless force overturned them. The world spun and they almost fainted. Lu Yin raised his hand and brandished his palm force. Consecutive palm strikes caused the sequence particles that covered the area to swirl around him like a stream of water, following his palm strike towards the one true god. Not only did this strike possess the might of the sequence particles that he had borrowed from consecutive palm strikes, but it also contained the might of his own strength that had reached the limits of a living being's strength. Under this palm, everything fell silent. Even time seemed to have frozen. Only true God stared at Lu Yin's palm and then held his sword horizontally in front of him. His two fingers were parallel to each other as he waved them towards Lu Yin, causing multiple sword shadows to pierce towards Lu Yin. Sword shadows everywhere under Lu Yin's palm strike. The sword shadows shattered one after another. Correspondingly, only true God's body retreated a little with each shattered sword shadow. No matter how close Lu Yin got, it was difficult for him to get close to only true God. These sword shadows were not a killing technique but rather time itself. The sword shadows transformed into time, and each sword shadow represented a sliver of time from only true God. When the sword shadow's time was broken, the only true God could choose to attack or retreat during that time. Lu Yin watched as only true God easily dodged his attacks. Around him, a small boat of light appeared and turned into a rainbow as it chased after only true God. Every sword shadow that was shattered would not be absorbed by the river of time. If only true God could escape, then Lu Yin could chase after him. Tracing back to the past. Lu Yin stepped on the small boat of light and used the time that was not integrated into the river of time as a coordinate as he approached only true God. His body seemed illusory, appearing and disappearing at times. It was a mysterious and unfathomable sight that stunned even the president and Bao Qi. This was the use of time's mighty power, and they were too unfamiliar with it. Time's mighty power was the most mysterious and powerful force in the universe. They urgently needed to grasp time's mighty power. With Xianxia's abilities, as long as they obtained the Mirage domain and came into contact with the river of time, they would be able to grasp countless uses of time's mighty power. They would not be inferior to these people. Now was not the time for a battle. The president looked at Bao Qi. Let's go to the Mirage domain. Bao Qi slapped the cauldron bell with both hands, and a soundless power spread out as ripples. Even first-level primordial realm experts feared these ripples. The ancestor of the giants punched out, and the moment he struck the ripples, his arm fractured and his body's particles dispersed. His bones cracked as he staggered backwards. Is this the foundation of the sequences? Primordial realm laws could not force back the particles of the foundation of the sequences unless they were close enough. This power was a representation of the spiritualized universe suppressing the Tianyuan universe. Bao Qi relied on the cauldron bell to constantly increase the power he could unleash. If it were not for the fact that the primogenitor was invincible, there would not have been many people in the Tianyuan universe who could have withstood such a battle prowess. Using the cauldron bell's soundless power, Bao Qi and the president charged towards the Mirage domain. Chu Yi, Lu Yuan, and the ancestor of the giants all headed towards the Mirage domain. Lu Yin constantly approached the one true God. The one true God's swords constantly increased in number, which also increased Lu Yin's coordinates. Sometimes having more coordinates was not necessarily better. Just like directions, one had to continue regardless of whether it was right or wrong. If there were too many directions, one would not be able to continue. The one true God praised, "Every time I see you, you've improved greatly. Pathmaster Lu, I can guarantee that once Tai Hong's 6 paths of reincarnation world vanishes, I'll be the first to kill you." Lu Yin stared at the one true God. "I still can't see through you. If possible, I'll kill you as soon as possible." Ancestor Qin and Ancestor Ku charged towards the one true God. The Forgotten Ruins God He Wuxian and the others did not stop them. The one true God waved his hand casually, and countless swords shot out in all directions. Sword of 10,000 paths, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The one true God had used this move in the Battle of Immortal City. At that moment Lu Yin was still rather powerless. There was still a huge difference between him and the one true God, just like how the primogenitor had suppressed the president and Bao Qi alone. This was the battle power that truly stood at the top of a universe. It was something that the current Lu Yin could not reach. Although he was known as the master of the Tianyuan universe, it did not mean that he had the power of the master of the Tianyuan universe. At his peak, the primogenitor Mr. Mu had the power of a master of the universe. Countless swords swept out in all directions. Unlike the Battle of Immortal City, there was no killing intent this time. It was still the time of the swords. "Pathmaster Lu, instead of chasing me, why don't you find trouble with the spiritualized universe? They're about to enter the Mirage domain." Lu Yin turned around. The president Bao Qi had just entered the Mirage domain. The one true God was getting further and further away. Master, I'll leave it to you, Lu Yin shouted and turned towards the Mirage Domain. In another direction, Mr. Mu walked out and headed towards the One True God. The One True God saw Mr. Mu and said slowly, "You should know that you can't keep me here. Tai Hong's power is not my match at all. Restraining me for this long is already his limit." A wooden flute appeared in Mr. Mu's hand. Without saying a word, the flute began to play. The One True God frowned. He raised the ancestor's sword and flicked it. The sword hummed softly and the swords flew towards Mr. Mu, but they were all shattered by the flute. The same thing happened again. The shattered swords gave the One True God time to lead Forgotten Ruins God Black Wuxian, and the others towards the Mirage Domain. Although Mr. Mu was powerful and surpassed Lu Yin in terms of absolute power, he could not suppress the One True God in terms of the power of time. His tracing the past had cut off the river of time, so he could only watch as the One True God approached the Mirage Domain using time fragments. At the front, the president and Bao Qi looked back and saw the One True God and the others rushing over. They looked at each other and sped towards the Mirage Domain. Chu Yi, Lu Yuan and the others followed closely behind. Lu Yin was approaching at a speed that was parallel to time. In another direction, Ancestor Qin and Ancestor Ku were chasing after him. Since Mr. Mu could not stop the One True God from entering the Mirage Domain, he had to do it himself. He just had to ensure that the battle in the Mirage Domain would not last long. Now, unless the second wave of reinforcements from the spiritualized universe arrived, the Tianyuan universe would be fine. The river of time flowed through the past and present, flowing through every period of time. It flickered in and out of existence in the parallel spacetime. The time in the bamboo forest, the wooden hut and the mist gradually faded away. The president and Bao Qi were the first to enter the Mirage Domain. They fell into the mist. The mist that lasted for an indeterminate amount of time posed no threat to them, but it had shocked Lu Yin in the past. Chu Yi, Lu Yuan and the ancestor of the giants entered together. They were met with the president's sealed world, which had replaced his original body. Even the three of them were caught off guard by the sneak attack of the sealed world. The three of them appeared in the sealed world. The president used a golden brush to touch them gently, wanting to turn them golden. However, he had overestimated the power of the sealed world. Although the sealed world possessed tremendous amounts of sequence particles that could basically ignore the laws of the primordial realm and not approach them, it was very difficult for it to attack three primordial realm experts simultaneously. No matter what, they were three primordial realm experts, not progenitors. The ancestor of the giants punched out with absolute strength, dispersing the time in the mist and colliding with the sealed world. The president's golden brush touched the three of them, and hazy golden light appeared on their bodies. However, the golden light dispersed under the ancestor of the giant's punch. Bao Qi shook the cauldron bell. The silent power overturned the time in the mist, causing the river of time to surge. Not only did it knock away the ancestor of the giant's punch, but it even shattered space. It was like a cross-section had been added to the Mirage Domain. Chu Yi hugged the heaven-supporting pillar and resisted the silent power with great difficulty. It was like the world was spinning in reverse. Chapter 3367. With his palm facing down, Lu Yuan casually threw out the Xidagarba needle. It pierced through the cross-section of the silent force and stabbed towards Bao Qi. Bao Qi grinned. With the help of the cauldron bell, the silent power skyrocketed again. It was as if there were endless sequence particles spreading. An even bigger cauldron bell appeared above his head, making a loud noise. Lu Yin, Progenitor Qin and Ancestor Ku all entered at the same time. He saw the huge cauldron bell at first glance. Ancestor Qin and Ancestor Ku struck out together. Even though they had not broken through to the primordial realm, their battle prowess was already extraordinary. They were the peak experts of an era. On the other hand, he could fight against any strong enemy with his consecutive palms. The other relied on things to move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme and was almost immortal. The two of them would not be easier to deal with than primordial realm experts. Lu Yin turned around. The only true God, come. The starry sky in his heart spread out and covered the Mirage Domain, continuously dispersing the sealed realm and the cauldron bell's sequence particles. At the same time, Lu Yin's body withered and was covered by a blackish-purple substance. He wielded the earth spear as blackish-white gas spiraled around him. His strength constellation swept out in all directions. The Mirage Domain became more and more blurry. The one true God brought the god of forgotten ruins Wang Xiaoyu and Black Wuxian closer. Behind them was Mr. Mu. Lu Yin raised his spear and pointed it at the only true god. The one true god met Lu Yin's gaze and instantly entered the mirage domain. At the same time, the god of forgotten ruins pointed out a finger, and the lantern behind him shattered. This represented Lu Yin's true god freedom technique from the god of forgotten ruins. Lu Yin felt as if an invisible force was trying to shatter his body. This feeling was similar to Papercut but also different. Papercut used the long river of time to cover against the current, forming great waves. As for the true god's freedom technique, it used one's past thoughts to sever one's emotions, thoughts, desires, and wishes. When the god of oblivion severed the lantern, the person represented by the lantern would be conflicted because of his thoughts, desires, and desires. Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood, and Black God's eyes spun as the line shot towards Lu Yin. The one true god knocked on the sword once again. Sword shadows flew out, boundless time. Lu Yin suddenly raised his head, gripped his spear tightly and stabbed out. The spear pierced towards the only true god, shattering the sword shadows along the way. Lu Yin himself took a step backwards and raised his palm to strike out. His palm was like a vortex that sucked in everything around him. The god of forgotten ruins was shocked. He was not injured. How could this be? The true god's freedom law was ineffective? In front of only true god's eyes, the spear continued to stab at him, and the sword shadows were completely unobstructed. Beside him, the forgotten ruins god condensed meditative ruins to block the attacks, but he was also pierced through by the spear. This attack contained the power of Lu Yin's biological limit, as well as the mortal realm's soil. The only true god suddenly retreated. He faced the long spear and retreated from the mirage domain. Mr. Mu arrived just in time. The wooden flute turned and pointed at the void. The heavenly hound suddenly appeared and stood between the only true deity and Mr. Mu. After being hit by Mu Shao, it howled in pain as its body was almost pierced through and smashed towards the only true deity. Wang Xiaoyu caught the heavenly hound and the remaining force injured Wang Xiaoyu. The one true god glanced at Mr. Mu before heading off in another direction. The god of forgotten ruins grabbed Wang Xiaoyu and dragged the heavenly hound away, waving goodbye to Lu Yin. Lu Yin had not expected the sole true god to suddenly retreat. Did he not care about the mirage anymore? Blackless god also wanted to retreat, but Lu Yin subconsciously stopped himself. Blackless god was a gift left for the only true god, and it would be a waste to kill him in the mirage domain. At this moment, the mirage suddenly disappeared from Huha spacetime. He Wuxian looked at the sky of the mirage domain. He could no longer see the starry sky of Huha spacetime. His heart sank as he was trapped in the mirage domain. Lu Yin looked at Blackless God. Blackless God also looked at Lu Yin. They both stopped fighting. Blackless God only wanted to escape and Lu Yin hoped that he would as well, but they could not make it too obvious. Blackless God himself did not know that he had been schemed against, and if they made it too obvious he would become suspicious. Back then, deity Shaoyin had been schemed against by the Grand Empyreans. In order to prevent deity Shaoyin from being suspected, Lu Yin had forced a war and asked senior brother Woodcutter and the others to cooperate and force deity Shaoyin to go to the Black Mother Tree. However, an accident had still occurred and deity Shaoyin had discovered them midway. If not for Huiwu, the scheme might not have succeeded. At this moment, if Blackless God discovered that he had been schemed against, it would be useless against the only true God. Blackless God wanted to escape but he guessed that it would not be that easy. Lu Yin hoped that Blackless God would escape as he did not want to be discovered. They both stopped fighting and looked at each other. The scene was strange. "Don't even think about escaping," the ancestor of the giants roared as he grabbed at Blackless God. Lu Yin was speechless. What was he supposed to do? Blackless God's expression turned ugly. It would not be easy to escape. Blackless God's eyes turned and black lines appeared from the void, forming a bizarre prison that trapped Lu Yin and burned with black flames. At the same time, the black lines extended into the mirage domain, following the ancestor of the giant's arm. This was an innate gift, not a sequence law. The ancestor of the giants snorted and clenched his fist, using his strength to disperse the black lines. Just as he was about to continue attacking, his body suddenly froze. It was the sealed realm again. In the distance, the president used the sealed realm to restrain the ancestor of the giants. The direction of the golden pen was constantly approaching Chu Yi. Bao Qi frantically shook his cauldron bell, causing the Mirage Domain to boil. The Mirage Domain was not impossible to leave, as one could just tear through the void. However, they were unwilling to leave. This was the Mirage Domain, a place that the spiritualized universe had searched for countless years. It was a place where they could pry into the power of time. If they did not come into contact with the river of time, they would never reach a certain height. Spiritualized universes were too rare in this path. It could only be said that the primogenitors had gone too far, forcing the spiritualized universe's desire for the Mirage Domain and the river of time to reach the limit. Lu Yin grabbed the bizarre prison and tore it open. "Senior, I'll leave Blacklist God to you." He then headed towards Bao Qi. If he also attacked Blacklist God would definitely die. Although the ancestor of the giants was a primordial realm powerhouse and could suppress Blacklist God, Lu Yin did not forget that Blacklist God was a life form of the consciousness universe. Blacklist God's consciousness belonged to the celestial realm, which corresponded to the primordial realm. If he really went all out, the ancestor of the giants might not be able to do anything to him. The ancestor of the giants' battle prowess was too monotonous, and he had no advantage over Blacklist God. Lu Yin charged towards Bao Qi, but he was met with a silent power. Bao Qi cultivated the sequence law of sound, obtained the spiritualized innate gift of mimicry, and obtained the sequence foundation cauldron bell. The combination of the three had created Xianxia. He was the only person who could achieve Xianxia without crossing the bitter adversity. He was invincible on the border battlefield of the Tianyuan universe. If the crazy headmaster had not used the path of red dust to force him into the bitter adversity realm, the border war would not have ended up like that. After entering the bitter adversity, Bao Qi's personality changed drastically. He was no longer Zhongyang and had become introverted. Although his strength did not increase by much, this sudden change in personality made others uneasy. Fortunately, it was temporarily beneficial to the Tianyuan universe, which was equivalent to crippling Xianxia. However, that was under normal circumstances. Now that he was surrounded, no matter how his personality changed, he would not seek death. Bao Qi used the cauldron bell to unleash terrifying strength. The silent power dyed the Mirage Domain black like ink, forcefully repelling the fog. The cauldron bell turned Bao Qi's voice into an unparalleled killing weapon that spread out in all directions. Lu Yin raised his hand and stabbed out with a spear of earth, but it was all shattered by the silent power. He threw out a punch, but even the strength of a living being was unable to penetrate the silent power that dyed the void black. Bao Qi opened his mouth and coldness and savagery filled the depths of his eyes. The bitter adversity was constantly suppressing his nature, but he was releasing it in this battle. If he completely released his nature, he might fall from the primordial realm and be unable to set foot in the bitter adversity for the rest of his life. He would not be able to achieve eternal life, just like Meng Sang. However, the primordial realm Bao Qi was still Xianxia and possessed terrifying strength. Using the cauldron bell, Bao Qi enveloped the surroundings with a silent power. Nothing could penetrate it, making him undefeatable. The main president was also protected by a silent power. He had rejoiced many times that Bao Qi had come to the heaven origin universe. The power of sound seemed ordinary, but once it was fully unleashed, it was terrifying. This was also why the spiritualized universe had to create the cauldron bell. No one had been able to use the cauldron bell for countless years, but it was still one of the foundations of the 10 great sequences. Lu Yin looked at the main president and Bao Qi, who were protected by the silent power. He aimed at them and waved his hand. Kanyang. 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 Sunset. Afterglow. Burn your martial arts. It's an intent battle technique. Be careful, the main president warned as his golden brush hovered in the air. Lu Yin stared at the brush, completely infatuated. This was his bitter adversity. Kanyang could burn martial arts, which was to burn everything that came with cultivation. However, bitter adversity was the exact opposite. Everything that people experienced at the beginning of cultivation was bitter adversity. The main president used bitter adversity to resist Kanyang. Not only did he ignore Kanyang, but he even caused Kanyang's afterglow to reappear and devour Lu Yin. Lu Yin vomited blood and looked at the president in surprise. The head guild master smiled with a round face. Junior, how long has this old man cultivated? You want to erase this old man's path with just a concept battle skill. You underestimate the bitter disaster realm too much. Lu Yin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had indeed underestimated these old men. Kanyang had always been successful against Palace Mistress Yao, but he had been defeated by the president. This was how strong a bitter adversity realm powerhouse was. Lu Yin thought that he was invincible in the Heaven Origin universe, and only a few people could surpass him. However, he had forgotten that the president Bao Qi was also in the bitter adversity realm and could surpass him. Bao Qi faced Lu Yin and opened his mouth, sending a silent blade of darkness towards him. Lu Yuan blocked in front of Lu Yin and shattered the blade. "Are you all right, little seven?" Lu Yin shook his head. "I underestimated them." Lu Yuan laughed. "That's a good thing. That old man only caused you to suffer a backlash. It's not that serious. It's just a reminder. After all, the bitter adversity realm is not that easy to reach." Lu Yin looked at Lu Yuan's back. "Ancestor, you can also ignore my Kanyang." Lu Yuan nodded. "Yes." Lu Yin exhaled. "Intents are extremely effective in the primordial realm. It made me forget the difference between me and the bitter adversity realm. However, Kanyang can still be strengthened." "Ah, of course. Intents are more important than one's realm. The stronger your intent, the deeper your understanding of the battle technique, the more powerful it will be," Lu Yuan said. Lu Yin looked at the president and Bao Qi. They didn't want to give up on the mirage, but they didn't want to either. What was Wei Nu thinking? Chapter 3368. Help the Tianyuan universe kill the people from the spiritualized universe. If that was the case, it was time for her to make a move. If that wasn't the case, then what was her goal? Lu Yin was constantly on guard against Wei Nu. She definitely had her own motives. The river of time rolled by. Qi and the others besieged the president and Bao Qi. Under the protection of the Sequence Foundation, they would not be defeated so easily. There were too many sequence particles. Coupled with the Sequence Foundation, one could be killed if they weren't careful. As for He Wuxian, he clashed with the ancestor of the giants. The ancestor of the giants felt aggrieved. He was a mighty primordial realm expert, yet he was unable to take down He Wuxian. Almost all of the 7 sky gods had gone to the battle of the ancient city, but the colossal ancestor did not pay too much attention to them. They were very powerful, but they had not reached the primordial realm yet. Who would have thought that this Black Wuxian was so slippery that even he couldn't take him down, and it wasn't good for him to lose face and ask for help from others. He Wuxian had been looking for an opportunity to leave. His consciousness was his final trump card. He would definitely be able to leave. The Mirage Domain had never experienced such a great battle. By the River of Time, the stone tablet erected by the ancestors had long been shattered. Lu Yin looked at the president and Bao Qi, who were being protected by the Soundless Force, and wiped the corner of his mouth. Bao Qi's power was endless and there was no end to it. Waiting any longer would be futile. Since that was the case, he would solve one first. Lu Yin opened his mouth and said something to Chu Yi, Lu Yuan and the others. Everyone stared blankly and looked at each other. So it was like this. The main guild leader aimed the sealed world at his surroundings, and combined with the silent force, his defense was impenetrable. Bao Qi, how much longer can you hold on? My voice is a combination of talent and the sequence method. Combined with the Sequence Foundation, if I were alone, the pressure would be too great and I wouldn't be able to hold on for long. But with your sealed world and golden pen, they won't be able to take advantage of us in a battle of attrition, Bao Qi said. The president was reassured. It's impossible for us to leave the Mirage Domain. As long as we hold on, they will have to leave when reinforcements arrive. Bao Qi was puzzled. Will they leave if time stops in the Mirage Domain? The president sneered. As long as a creature enters, the time in the Mirage Domain will change with that creature. They don't dare to take the risk. If they lose, the Tianyuan universe will be gone. In the Mirage Domain, no one knows how much time has passed in the outside world. No one knows when the next person who enters the Mirage Domain will come from. They won't be able to hold on for long. The Mirage Domain will belong to us in the end. He then looked at Lu Yin. Junior, let me see how long you can stay here. Lu Yin looked at the president and smiled. Longer than you. The president was shocked and instinctively felt that something was amiss. Suddenly, outside the Soundless Force, Chu Yi, Lu Yuan, Ancestor Qin, and Ancestor Ku simultaneously split into 2 shadows and attacked the Soundless Force. The head of the headquarters was shocked. Impossible. The sealed world allowed one to reverse heaven and man with one's impression. If one were to damage the impression, they would be able to damage the original body as well. It seemed powerful, and it was indeed powerful. Chu Yi and the others were wary of it, but there was a huge drawback to it. Impressions were very vague and were not controlled by the person himself. When a person looked at another person, if they saw both the front and the side of the person at the same time, the impression would be different. Only with the accumulation of time would the different impression disappear. The sealed world was the same. The impression sequence originated from the cultivator. If Chu Yi and the others split into two at the same time, one from the front and one from the side, the impression would be different for the sealed world. Although the sealed world did not have a limit to the number of impressions and could reverse heaven and man at the same time, allowing the president to injure them, there would always be a front and back. If the president attacked the front, Chu Yi and the others would attack from the side. If the president attacked from the side, Chu Yi and the others would attack from the front. This was the drawback of the sealed world. Actually, it was not considered a drawback. If Chu Yi and the others were not strong enough, the president could easily injure or even kill all of their impressions. The reason why it was a drawback was that both sides were basically equal in strength. Seeing Chu Yi and the others rapidly splitting into more and more faces, the president's heart sank and he hurriedly attacked. However, Chu Yi, Lu Yuan and the others were all in the primordial realm. Even Ancestor Qin and Ancestor Ku could not be easily injured. How could the president deal with it alone? Everyone's attacks landed on the soundless force. Bao Qi's pressure suddenly increased. He could only increase the power of the cauldron bell, which rapidly increased his consumption. What's going on? Bao Qi growled. The president gritted his teeth. Someone betrayed the spiritualized universe. The drawback of the sealed world has been discovered. Who? The president gritted his teeth and stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's confidence was the reason why he was certain that someone had betrayed the spiritualized universe. Actually, this drawback could be discovered and there was no need for someone to reveal it. However, Lu Yin's smile just now made the president certain that someone had betrayed the spiritualized universe. Who would betray the spiritualized universe? Palace Mistress Yao? Impossible. She did not know about the drawback of the sealed world. Tianxi? Impossible. He did not know about it either. Aside from them, who else could it be? Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind. The president looked at Lu Yin. Origin is in your hands. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Guess. The president gritted his teeth. It's Origin. He betrayed the spiritualized universe. Bao Qi was surprised. Why Origin? Because Origin once controlled the sealed world. He knows about the drawbacks of the sealed world. Moreover, we have been in the Tianyuan universe for so long, but Origin has not appeared. Even the Eternals do not know where he is. He was captured by the Above Heaven sect and betrayed the spiritualized universe. After that he looked at Lu Yin. What about Zhang Yan? Where is the Jiangshan state painting? Why? Are you not going to use the impression rotation? Lu Yin asked. The president's face sank. You even know about the impression rotation? That traitor must have told you. He whispered to Bao Qi, if you can't do it, then leave. The pressure from noiseless force suddenly increased and Lu Yin took action. He used the reverse step and multiple figures appeared, preventing the president from attacking them all at once. Lu Yin waved his hand, and earth spears pierced towards the noiseless force like raindrops. A terrifying force enveloped the mortal ancestors' world and forced Bao Qi to retreat. Bao Qi's face fell and his lips curled up even more. He pressed his hands on the cauldron bell while the president drew out an endless amount of sequence particles from the sealed world. The next moment, two majestic sequence particles appeared like dragons soaring into the sky. They covered the sky and turned into a canopy. Lu Yin and the others' expressions changed. They had never seen such majestic sequence particles before. They had already covered the entire mirage domain like a sky made of sequence particles. These were the sequence particles contained within the sequence foundations. The sealed world had been condensed by 359 cultivators of the sequence principles since ancient times, while the cauldron bell had been condensed by 105 cultivators of the sequence principles. The two sequence foundations added up to more than 400 sequence principle experts. What a frightening number this was. How many sequence principle experts had appeared in the Battle of Immemorial City since ancient times? There were far fewer. The first time Lu Yin saw such majestic sequence particles was at the Grand Celestial Tea Party, but the sequence particles there were too small compared to the sequence particles that appeared now. The number of light wheels was the most Lu Yin had ever seen. The sealed world and the cauldron bell completely erupted with sequence particles, covering the entire mirage domain and pressing towards Lu Yin and the others. At this moment, anyone would be shocked by the majestic sequence particles. As Bao Qi roared, the cauldron bell vibrated, and the sequence particles pressed down like a canopy. Darkness replaced the day and everyone resisted with their own sequence principles. Only two figures crossed the canopy-like sequence particles and rushed towards the president and Bao Qi. They were Lu Yin and Progenitor Qin. The two of them skipped time and crossed the majestic sequence particles, which made the president and Bao Qi's expressions change drastically. The two of them struck out at the same time. The sequence particles around them turned into a vortex and were pulled in. Under the two vortexes they struck out at the same time. Bao Qi pushed the cauldron bell towards the two of them. Clang. There was a loud sound and Bao Qi spat out blood as he was sent flying. Even the cauldron bell was sent flying. From the side, the president's sealed world enveloped the area and pointed his golden brush at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's forehead was boiling hot, and around him, a small boat of flowing light shuttled back and forth. It reversed for a second and his body moved away from his original position. He struck out with a finger using the Tao of Tianyi. The finger struck the president and his body shattered. Lu Yin's gaze trembled. This was impression rotation. Impression reversal was the sealed realm's ability. Impression reversal could be the impression that the owner of the sealed realm had of others, or it could be the impression that the owner of the sealed realm had of himself. Impression reversal was similar to external avatars, and there was no limit to the distance. It was one of the best sneak attacks and it was also one of the techniques that Origin had specifically reminded Lu Yin of. If used well, this move could reverse the situation. Fortunately, Lu Yin had always been on guard. In the distance, even the ancestor of giants was afraid of such a majestic attack. He punched out at the sequence particles that were pressing down on him. Blacklist God took the opportunity to escape, but the ancestor of giants grabbed him. Blacklist God turned around, but the ancestor of giants did not see him do anything. The ancestor of giants only felt that Blacklist God was clearly very close, but also very far away. This was Blacklist God's power that had once prevented Lu Yin and the others from finding Immemorial City. Endless Path. Endless Path did not represent Blacklist God's strength in the Tianyuan universe, but rather his ability as a life form in the consciousness universe. It corresponded to the bitter calamity realm, especially the power of consciousness. In the entire Tianyuan universe, even the ruins who had once possessed the strongest consciousness could not reach such a level. In the end, Blacklist God still managed to escape. He did not miss the Mirage domain at all. The ancestor of giants was furious. He was unwilling to let Blacklist God escape and he had lost face. He did not know how to explain this to Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not have the time to care about the ancestor of giants. A white pointy-faced mask appeared behind the president, and it was called the Grim Reaper's Divine Reflection. It stabbed at Ancestor Qin with a spear. Compared to Lu Yin, Ancestor Qin was much easier to defeat. However, he had underestimated Ancestor Qin. As a peak expert of an era, even if Ancestor Qin had not broken through to the primordial realm, he only lacked the laws to not get close to him. When Lu Yin used the void in his heart to help Ancestor Qin's laws to not get close to him, the difference between Ancestor Qin and the bitter calamity realm was not that great. The spear stabbed over and Ancestor Qin almost brushed past the tip of the spear. He stepped backwards, disrupting time. The divine reflection was formed from sequence particles, and it suddenly became blurry. The president's eyes widened. It was the power of time again. Chapter 3369. When it came to the power of time, the spiritualized universe was at a disadvantage. Progenitor Qin had mastered reverse time, which allowed him to parallel time, skip time and even reverse time. This was especially true when it came to reversing time. Even he himself did not know how chaotic time would be. His palm struck the spear all and flames began to rise from his hand. This was the sequence law that Progenitor Qin had comprehended several times: flames of war. The flames of war were inextinguishable and endless. The flames flickered. Due to the main guild leader's rule of not getting close to the main guild leader, it was unable to get close to the main guild leader. However, it managed to push back Kamisu's spear. Chaotic time and flames of war were able to forcefully resist the bitter disaster realm master's sequence method. Lu Yin wasn't worried about Progenitor Qin at all. No matter what, he could still skip through time. Since ancient times, the one who was most similar to Lu Yin was Progenitor Qin. Progenitor Qin had also cultivated various powers, but he had not merged all of his Daoists into one. Instead, he had formed 9 clones and cultivated each power to great success. This was another path that had its limits, but Lu Yin's path had no limits. Lu Yin charged towards Bao Qi and raised his palm to suppress him. His strength reached its limit and transformed into a celestial phenomenon visible to the naked eye. It howled within the sky palace in his heart, causing Bao Qi to be unable to breathe. Bao Qi waved his hand and the cauldron bell flew towards him. Along the way it was knocked away by the general appointment platform. Lu Yin and Progenitor Qin had forced Bao Qi back with their palms, breaking Ding Zhong's sequence technique. This allowed Chu Yi, Lu Yuan and the others to join in as well. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth caved in. Bao Qi spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been suppressed by Lu Yin's palm and half of his bones had been shattered. It was only at this moment that he realized how terrifying Lu Yin's strength was. Lu Yin reached out to grab Bao Qi. This was Sang Tian and he was more valuable alive than dead. Bao Qi's eyes widened and the savagery in his eyes completely erupted. He roared at the sky and a soundless power transformed into darkness that blasted towards Lu Yin. Ripples rippled outwards and collided with the cauldron bell, causing a loud bang. Kuang Ancestor Qin and Lu Yin, who were the closest, paused for a moment. Lu Yuan's general appointment platform was blasted away by the sound. Chu Yi and Ancestor Ku were both restrained for a moment. The chief looked at Bao Qi. He had fallen. He had fallen from the bitter calamity realm to the primordial realm. He had still fallen at this critical moment. He would never be able to break through again. The eternal life realm was not fated with him. He felt an indescribable sense of sorrow. The spiritualized universe was clearly much stronger than the Tianyuan universe. They were the ones who invaded the Tianyuan universe and wanted to restart the universe. Why did things turn out this way? Everything that had happened since he had arrived in the Tianyuan universe flashed through the chief chairman's head. Everything made him feel powerless. The war in the Tianyuan universe was not as easy as he had imagined. This was the enemy's home ground. Even though he had entered the Mirage domain, he had fallen into another trap. Tianxi had been betrayed by the Eternals to the Above Heavens sect. Tianxi had found out the moment he entered the Mirage domain. Maiden had said that she would give them a chance to deal with Lu Yin, but it was clear that they were the ones being attacked. The Eternals had no intention of helping them. He experienced complete helplessness. Everyone here was an enemy. Bao Qi, let's go, the president growled. The sealed world once again erupted with vast amounts of sequence particles, blotting out the sky. Every explosion of sequence particles would damage the sequence foundation, especially in such a battle. The sealed world was clearly smaller than when he first arrived. But there was no other way. If the sequence particles did not erupt, they had no hope of escaping. Bao Qi grinned. He seemed to be a completely different person. He opened his mouth and multicolored light appeared, shooting straight at Lu Yin. In the first battle at the border of the Tianyuan universe, Bao Qi had used the multicolored light to shatter Void Master's turtle shell and suppress Zhou Xian. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. A celestial lord. This light had the destructive power of a primordial realm expert, but it was much weaker than the power he had with the cauldron bell. Lu Yin casually dispersed the light. Just as he was about to continue attacking, the Mirage domain suddenly changed. The fog that had been dispersed by the battle swept over from all directions as if it was controlled by someone. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold. Be careful. It's Maiden. Apart from them, the only one present who could attack was Maiden. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the chief chairman and Bao Qi tore through the void to leave. Lu Yin's palm shook. The stars around his heart shook. Serious art. Under serious art, it was impossible for them to escape. The torn void could not be stabilized. Around them, the fog of time flowed like mercury, surrounding them and connecting with the river of time. Everyone suddenly looked in one direction. There, a small boat appeared from the fog in the depths of the river of time and slowly approached them. Looking at the boat, Lu Yin thought of a word. Ferryman. Was there a boat in the river of time? No one had seen it before and no one had thought about it. But as Maiden's identity was exposed, Lu Yin knew that there was a ferryman in the river of time. With a ferryman there would be a boat. The boat flowed down the river of time, connecting with the fog of time and slowly drifting over their heads. In the distance, the river of time poured down on them along with the fog of time. Lu Yin and the others paled. "Seize the boat!" Lu Yuan shouted. The river of time could not be touched directly. Otherwise it would be more painful than death. Back then, Fengbo would rather escape to the forbidden area than jump into the river of time. It seemed like a river, but it was actually time. Once one fell in, the pain of hovering between life and death was enough to make anyone collapse. As far as they knew, no one had experienced such pain before, but they all knew that it was instinctive. Lu Yin also knew that Big Sis had fallen into the river of time and lost her cultivation. She had gone from being the ancestor of the netherworld to Big Sis. She was unwilling to talk about what she had experienced as the pain was too deep. Seeing the river of time pour down, everyone rushed towards the boat. Only the ancestor of giants, who was further away, was not included. Lu Yin was the first to board the boat, and not far away the president followed suit. The two made their move on the boat. Bao Qi, progenitor Qin, Chu Yi, Lu Yuan, and the others all boarded the boat. The boat was easy to board, so easy that it seemed unreal. It was clearly a ferryman's boat. Suddenly, Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine as scenes of himself flashed before his eyes. What was that? A small boat of light appeared around him. "Follow me." Chu Yi and the others were stunned, not understanding what Lu Yin was doing. But when they saw Lu Yin board his own small boat, they hurriedly followed. The president and Bao Qi's heart sank. Lu Yin had actually given up on killing them and boarded his own power of time. Something was wrong. The two looked at the boat under their feet. "We can't stay." To be able to cultivate from an ordinary person to the Xianxia realm, the two had experienced too many life and death situations. Lu Yin's actions were so abnormal that they felt a chill in their hearts. But there was no place for them to stay. The fog of time covered them, and tearing the void was even more impossible. The only direction was the forbidden area. The legend of the Mirage Domain had been passed in the spiritualized universe for many years. The spiritualized universe knew that there was a forbidden area in the Mirage Domain and that it was not easy to set foot there. But so many years had passed, and Bao Qi, who later became the Xianxia, did not know the dangers of the forbidden area. The president hesitated, but Bao Qi rushed forward. "This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page." After getting off the boat, they headed towards the forbidden area that was not covered by the fog of time. Compared to the boat that was covered by the river of time, or the boat that even Lu Yin did not dare to leave behind, the forbidden area obviously had a better chance of survival. The president only hesitated for a moment before following closely behind. On the small boat of light, Lu Yin and the others watched Bao Qi and the president rush towards the forbidden area. They did not stop them and just watched. Suddenly, the fog of time receded like mercury, and the small boat that was sailing in the river of time disappeared in a blur. The river of time itself was separated from the fog of time. All of this happened in an instant. The scene just now was like an illusion so unreal. Bao Qi had already rushed to the entrance of the forbidden area, and the president followed closely behind. The two looked back and saw that the Mirage Domain had returned to normal, so they subconsciously stopped. Lu Yin waved his hand and the small boat of light rushed towards them. He did not know what Maiden wanted to do, but the most important thing right now was to deal with the president and Bao Qi. Because of the river of time and the small boat, Lu Yin and the others were far away from Bao Qi and the president. The president looked at Lu Yin and the others unwillingly. He would return to the Mirage Domain. Just as he was about to tear the void, no one noticed that a very familiar shadow had appeared in the forbidden area. It was not a human but a star toad. Lu Yin and the others stood in the boat of light and looked at the forbidden area. The star toad rushed out of the forbidden area and kicked Bao Qi, who was standing at the entrance. "Go away." Bao Qi turned around and saw the star toad's flippers. The kick landed on his face. Bang! Bao Qi flew out in front of the president. The president looked at the forbidden area and was stunned. "Great-grandma, don't follow me!" The star toad shouted with a tearful voice. It held a pitchfork and stabbed at the president. The president pointed his golden pen at the pitchfork, and the pitchfork turned golden and spread towards the star toad. The toad was shocked and its eyes regained clarity. It looked at the president in front of it and saw the boat of light approaching. It also saw Lu Yin. "Not good, it's this ruthless person." The star toad did not understand the situation at all. It let go of the pitchfork and threw the copper coin at the president. They were both in the bitter adversity realm, but the president was much stronger than the star toad. His golden pen easily knocked down the copper coin. The star toad's eyes widened. When did such a powerful expert appear? Toad, catch him or I'll skin you alive, Lu Yin's voice sounded. The star toad's eyes widened. They were not on the same side. Only an idiot would catch him. The president pressured the star toad, and it did not hesitate to escape in another direction. At this time, the boat of light had already reached the entrance of the forbidden area. Lu Yin stepped backwards and hit Bao Qi with a palm. Bao Qi spat out blood on the cauldron bell and slapped it with both palms. The bell shook and the soundless force permeated the surroundings. The desolate ancestor's withered body rushed into the soundless force, and his body recovered visibly. At the same time he kept approaching Bao Qi. Golden light scattered as the god's sealing catalog pressed down on the president. Chui hugged the Optimus Prime and smashed it down. The president gritted his teeth. There was no escape. Bao Qi was kicked towards Lu Yin by the star toad. They were far from the forbidden area, and it was impossible for him to take Bao Qi away. Hateful toad. The president turned around and headed towards the forbidden area. Chui and Lu Yuan quickly stopped. The forbidden area of the Mirage domain was extremely dangerous. Their master had warned them many times, and they could only watch as the president fled into the forbidden area. Bao Qi was suppressed by progenitor Qin and the desolate ancestor. End of chapter. Chapter 3370. Bao Qi couldn't figure out how two cultivators of sequence laws were able to jump ranks and fight against him. Lu Yin watched the president go deep into the forbidden zone and sighed. When he looked back, Bao Qi had already fallen to the ground and the cauldron bell had fallen to the side. Bao Qi was captured in this battle. In the distance, the star toad had already disappeared. If it weren't for the star toad, the president and Bao Qi would have escaped. With the distance between them, they could tear the void and leave without going deep into the forbidden zone. The star toad had suddenly appeared and kicked Bao Qi away, disrupting the president's plan and delaying Lu Yin's arrival. Speaking of which, he had to thank the star toad, although the toad had also escaped. Lu Yin came to Bao Qi and looked down at him. Bao Qi coughed up blood. Most of his bones were shattered and the corners of his mouth were torn. He looked very miserable. This is our first official meeting. Bao Qi Xianxia, right? Lu Yin said slowly. Bao Qi looked at Lu Yin and grinned. I admire you. Lu Pathmaster Lu, right? Kill me. A living Xianxia is far more valuable than a dead one, Lu Yin said. Bao Qi sneered. I'm different from others. You won't get any information from me. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Originally, Palace Mistress Yao and Tianxi wanted to live because they had a future, but Bao Qi didn't care about life and death. The primordial realm was his future. He had fallen from the bitter adversity realm to the primordial realm and couldn't go any further. He was different from Meng Sang. Meng Sang was unwilling and wanted to fight, but he didn't even want to fight. Perhaps it was because Meng Sang knew about the existence of the small spiritual universe and wanted to fight for the possibility of restarting. Although your cultivation won't increase, don't you want to live? After all, you've reached Xianxia's position, Lu Yin said slowly. Bao Qi looked up at the sky of the mirage. If I live, I'll still be Xianxia even if I'm still in the primordial realm. Lu Yin didn't say anything and just looked at him. Bao Qi turned and looked at the shrunken cauldron bell in the distance. The premise is that it still belongs to me. The giant ancestor stood beside the cauldron bell. He raised his hand and landed on the ground, blocking Bao Qi's sight. Bao Qi smiled bitterly. Do you know how many people in Sky Upon Sky are eyeing Xianxia's position? There are far too many. There are far too many experts in the outer heavens. Although they haven't reached the bitter calamity realm and are trash in my eyes, there are some people who want to take a shortcut like me. I used the cauldron bell in the primordial realm to sit firmly on the throne of the mulberry heavens. But there are some people who also want to use the foundation of the sequence to reach the mulberry heavens. After losing the cauldron bell, I'll be reduced to a stepping stone for those people on the path of ascension. This is under the premise that I can return to the spiritualized universe alive. He then looked at Lu Yin. Will you let me go? Lu Yin and Bao Qi looked at each other. It's not impossible. Bao Qi laughed until he coughed up blood. His face turned red. You want me to be your Tian Yuan universe's dog? I am Xianxia, I am Bao Qi. Primal Origins said that the Tianyuan universe will definitely be reactivated. A universe that is destined to fail is not worth being buried with it. Do you want to die at our hands? Luyin asked. Baoqi was disdainful. The older you get, the more you fear death. Times have changed. When Primal Origin was in the spiritualized universe, sky upon sky was not the current sky upon sky. The current sky upon sky is filled with mad dogs eyeing Xianxia's position. He stared at Luyin. If I die, Xianxia's position will be empty. These mad dogs will do everything they can to ascend to that position. Palace Mistress Yao is known as under Xianxia. Does she really have the ability to suppress those mad dogs? Anyone who tries to stop those mad dogs from ascending to Xianxia's position will be torn to shreds. I've already lost, so I shouldn't be alive. Primal Origin is the same. He wants to occupy Xianxia's position and return to the spiritualized universe, but his position has long been targeted. Some people take a shorter shortcut than me. Cough cough. Baoqi coughed up blood and gasped for breath. Don't think that you can take food away from a mad dog just because you give it to him. With Xianxia dead, you'll have to face a group of mad dogs vying for Xianxia's position. Luyin straightened up. Sky upon sky upon sky. It seemed like there was a large group of experts there, and a significant portion of them should have come from the small spiritual universe. This meant that there was an entire universe of experts there. Xianxia was still there, so it was fine. But once Xianxia's position was empty, anyone eyeing that position would become an enemy. Actually, Luyin would rather face Xianxia than a group of enemies vying for Xianxia's position. No matter how powerful Xianxia was, Luyin was confident that he could take him on, but there were too many mad dogs vying for Xianxia's position. If they spread out, the pressure on the Tianyuan universe would be too great. Baoqi suddenly reached out and grabbed Luyin's leg. Multicolored lights flickered within his body, and an oppressive aura that caused the world to lose its color appeared. It was as if it could destroy the world. Around Luyin, a small stream of light shuttled back and forth, reversing for a second. Luyin dodged Baoqi's desperate gaze and slammed his palm down on Baoqi's head. Baoqi's entire body was pressed into the ground, and he lost all signs of life. Luyuan felt a lingering fear. He compressed all of his sequence particles within his body and wanted to unleash them in an instant. Fortunately, you reacted quickly. Luyin's voice was low. It wasn't that I reacted quickly. He was seeking death. Chu Yi sighed. A person in a high position who is arrogant and conceited disdains to beg for mercy. He is even more unwilling to be used as a ladder to climb up and be torn apart by a mad dog. Although this person is an enemy, he is still respectable. Everyone's choices are different. Some live for a mission while others live for a mission, Progenitor Chen said. Luyin slowly walked over to the cauldron bell. This cauldron bell was ranked 8th in the spiritualized universe, and it also belonged to him. So far, he had already snatched 4 cauldron bells from the spiritualized universes. It was not that the spiritualized universes were not powerful, but rather that this was a war between universes. Those who participated in this war were the most powerful people from both universes, and even the slightest loss would be enough to shock an entire era. If not for Luyin's current strength, he would not even be a match for an ordinary progenitor with the Sky Devourer Silk Parasol, let alone Baoqi. The first sequence law expert he had encountered was Mo Shang. With Mo Shang's strength, if he had encountered the Sky Devourer Silk Parasol, he would not have been able to fight back. His dark sequence law would have been completely devoured, and he would have been at the mercy of others. The spiritualized universe was not weak, but Luyin and the others had prepared for too long. Even so, many people had been sacrificed. They had lost because they had underestimated the Tianyuan universe. The Tianyuan universe was not as simple as they thought. Luyin had commanded the entire war, and Progenitor Xianxia had suppressed the spiritualized universe. Progenitor Qin, Progenitor Ku, and the others could turn the tables in desperate situations. There was also Maiden, who had opened the Mirage domain, and the only true god who had betrayed them. This was the Tianyuan universe, and all of these were the elements that made up the entire Tianyuan universe. It was not something that could be reflected in a single war. If the spiritualized universe continued to underestimate the Tianyuan universe, then the Tianyuan universe would be able to deal with any desperate situation unless Master Greengrass, an Eternal Realm expert, intervened. What about the other one? He escaped to the forbidden area. He should die. The giant ancestor stared at the forbidden area and asked. The forbidden area was clearly separated from the other areas. The other areas had bamboo forests and fog, but the forbidden area in front of them was clear and transparent. One could tell the difference at a glance. Lu Yin put away the cauldron bell and pressed it on the land near his heart to break down the sequence particles. At the same time he walked to the entrance of the forbidden area and looked around. He turned back and asked, "Forefather, do you know what's in the forbidden area?" Ever since Fate had walked out of the forbidden area and changed his cultivation method, revealing karma, his master had warned the 3 realms and 6 paths not to enter the forbidden area. As a result, not many of the 3 realms and 6 paths had entered the forbidden area. There was more than one forbidden area in the Mirage domain. Chu Yi had entered one but Lu Yuan had not. Chu Yi said, "I've never been to the forbidden area in front of us. I've been to one before and there were endless chains inside. It was very strange. They were not corporeal but corporeal at the same time." Lu Yin did not understand so he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yuan shook his head. "I don't know." Lu Yin said, "Look for the star toad. It came out of the forbidden area so it must know something." Soon, everyone spread out to look for the star toad. In the outside world, in the Huha dimension, the beautiful eyes opened and looked in the direction where the Mirage domain disappeared. How did he know? He shouldn't have known. Why did he run away? Did he make a move? Impossible. In the Mirage domain even he can't hide from me. What did he do? How did he know? In the dark space there were only specks of stars in the distance. The beautiful eyes slowly closed. No matter what, he won't be able to hide twice. He will find you sooner or later. In the Mirage domain the star toad was very slippery. After coming out of the forbidden area, it saw Bao Qi and the headmaster blocking its way and attacked without any room for negotiation. It looked cunning but it was actually ruthless. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the bitter adversity realm. When it found that Lu Yin and the others were not with Bao Qi, it ran away without any intention of interfering. However, the Mirage domain was only so big. It couldn't escape even if it wanted to. Not long after, the star toad was found in the bamboo forest. Ancestor Qin and Chu Yi surrounded it. The star toad put on a fawning smile and held the lotus leaf tightly. It bowed like a human. "May I know why you stopped me?" Chu Yi felt strange. "Star toad, I'm not used to being so polite." The star toad tried its best to be polite. "We are old friends. Please make way. I have something to do today. I will find you tomorrow." Is there a saying in the Mirage domain? Lu Yin arrived and smiled at the star toad. The star toad saw Lu Yin's smile and felt uncomfortable. It licked its lips and pretended to be happy. "Isn't this Dao Lord Lu? What wind blew you here? Dao Lord Lu, how have you been?" Lu Yin walked towards the star toad step by step with a smile. The star toad saw Lu Yin approaching and forced a smile. Dao Lord Lu, what do you want? Just say it. We are friends. I will help you if I can." Lu Yin still approached it step by step. The star toad was scared and retreated. Ancestor Qin walked behind it at the right time. The star toad's eyes flashed fiercely. It was afraid of Chu Yi because Chu Yi had broken through to the primordial realm. However, Ancestor Qin had not wanted to break through. At this moment, the giant ancestor came and smashed into the ground not far away. He smiled at the star toad. The star toad was speechless. It was surrounded. Chapter 3371. The closer Lu Yin got, the more the star toad panicked. Lu Yin gave it a huge pressure. When did this guy become so strong? The pressure was completely different from the last time it saw him in the Mirage domain. The star toad rolled its eyes. This guy had broken through to the ancestor realm, but was he so strong? Tui was the same. When did he break through to the primordial realm? And that giant, shouldn't he be in Immemorial City? Could it be? Lu Yin arrived in front of the star toad and studied it. "Last time you went to the Forbidden Grounds, you said you saw your great-grandmother. This time you came out of the Forbidden Grounds and saw your great-grandmother again?" The star toad was bitter, its lotus leaf drooping down. "Great-grandmother is still here. Why did you go to the Forbidden Grounds again?" Lu Yin suddenly shouted. The last time the star toad came out of the Forbidden Grounds, it was extremely miserable. It didn't seem like it planned to go back in again. If Lu Yin hadn't blamed it for Tian Fei's death, it would have left the Mirage domain already. Now that it came out of the Forbidden Grounds again, something was wrong. The star toad gritted its teeth, the copper coins on its neck jingled. I can't accept this. The path to immortality? You said that the path to immortality is in the Forbidden Grounds. Last time I might have entered the wrong Forbidden Grounds, so I thought about it for a long time and decided to enter another Forbidden Ground. And the result? Great-grandmother, shut up. Lu Yin squatted down and stared at the star toad. In order to avoid Lu Yin and the others, the star toad had shrunk to the size of a palm. Now that it was being stared at by Lu Yin, the star toad felt its hair stand on end. A fawning smile appeared on its face. Congratulations, Master Lu, congratulations, Master Lu. Now that Master Lu has broken through to the Ancestor Realm, you will definitely be invincible in the Ancestor Realm. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I have to thank you. If not for you, those two fellows would have escaped. The star toad shook its lotus leaf violently. Escape? They dare to escape? Master Lu, they won't live for more than 3 minutes. Don't worry, they won't be able to escape. Lu Yin nodded. Yes, they won't be able to escape for now. The Forbidden Grounds can't directly leave the Mirage Domain. I don't know about that. Some Forbidden Grounds can, but this one can't, said the star toad. Have you tried to leave? Yes, it's too uncomfortable inside. How long did you stay? I don't know, there's no concept of time. How long have you been here? Lu Yin repeated the question, his expression sinking. The star toad gulped, feeling aggrieved. It was a powerhouse that had once commanded the heavens and earth, and it had even done business with the progenitor of the human race and the only true god of the Eternals. But now it was being threatened by a junior. It really wanted to jump up and kick Lu Yin, but after some thought it decided against it. According to the time outside, it should have been 10 years. Roughly 20 years had passed since he had killed Tianfa, which meant that it had been 10 years since the star toad had escaped from the last Forbidden Zone. Now it had entered another Forbidden Zone. The timing was neither too long nor too short, and it was obvious that the toad was unwilling to give up. What did you encounter in the Forbidden Grounds? This was what everyone was curious about. On the first day, Lu Yuan and the others looked at the star toad. Every forbidden land in the Mirage Domain should be different. The primogenitor had only been to a few of them and warned them not to go. The star toad was sorrowful. It's too cruel. I saw myself, but I don't know if it's real or not. I saw my great-grandmother, my race, my childhood self, and my grown-up self. I saw all kinds of selves. It was boundless and there was everything. Everything. Lu Yin frowned as he listened. He didn't understand, but he could tell that the star toad wasn't lying. He looked at Chu Yi and the others. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Chu Yi shook his head. Every forbidden zone is different. This place seems to represent the karmic cycle of living beings. It's like the beginning of the universe. It's easy to lose yourself here. That's what Master said. Lu Yuan sighed. When Nyonyo came out of the Forbidden Zone, she changed completely. They didn't know about Future Daughter. To them, Future Daughter was a powerhouse who had suddenly appeared. In order to prevent Future Daughter from sensing Fate's sneak attack, Lu Yin hadn't told them. The primogenitor's words made Lu Yin ponder. The karmic cycle of living beings? There was the river of time here, and it didn't represent the Tianyuan universe but the entire universe. Without the river of time, the spiritualized universe couldn't progress further on the path of time. The river of time was like that. He looked into the distance. Was this forbidden zone the same as the river of time? Did it represent some kind of fundamental force in the human world? It seemed to be karma, but the star toad's words sounded more like its own self. Lu Yin was getting more and more curious about the Forbidden Zone, and he wanted to explore it. The star toad was still talking to itself. It was hard for outsiders to understand what it was saying. It was all its own business, and there were many examples of it doing business. Lu Yin pressed down on the star toad's body. The toad instinctively wanted to attack, but it couldn't resist Lu Yin's strength. Its eyes widened as it looked at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin had indeed pressured it, but it hadn't expected the pressure to be so great. Was this the strength of a human? Master Lu, why your strength? Lu Yin smiled at it. My enemy escaped into the Forbidden Zone. Do you want to help me chase after him? The star toad was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. It almost jumped up. No, I'm definitely not going. I'll never go to that Forbidden Zone again. Lu Yin's face darkened and he exerted more force. What did you say? The star toad bared its fangs and its eyes flashed fiercely. The color of its body changed and it wanted to stab Lu Yin to death. It had lived for so long, and although it smiled at everyone, countless creatures had died in its hands. If it wasn't for Lu Yin's rapid growth, it would have used Mr. Daheng to deal with Lu Yin instead of being used by Lu Yin. It wasn't easy to deal with. Around them, the giant ancestor punched the ground. Behind Chu Yi, the sky-supporting pillar loomed. Lu Yuan's head shone with golden light. Even further away, Ancestor Qin and Ancestor Ku looked over. The star toad was terrified and its color turned golden again. It shrunk again and it looked cute. Master Lu, it's not that I don't want to bring you in. Once we enter the forbidden zone, we'll be separated. Lu Yin found it funny. How do you know we'll be separated? The star toad opened its mouth but no words came out. It had always been alone in the Mirage domain and no one was with it. It would be the same even if they went to the forbidden zone. Little Seven, are you really going to the forbidden zone? Lu Yuan asked. Lu Yin stood up and looked at the forbidden zone in the distance. Killing the president is one reason, but the bigger reason is that I really want to find out what's in the forbidden zone. Lu Yuan said, with your strength you're qualified to explore, but now is not the time. Chu Yi said, the spiritualized universe might come at any time and Meng Sang will be here soon. Lu Yin nodded. Indeed, now was not the time to go to the forbidden zone. No one knew what would happen in the forbidden zone. The star toad had been trapped there for 10 years and it might not be much better if he went. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. After all, the star toad was still at the bitter adversity level. Some situations had nothing to do with combat strength and realms were also important. If he was trapped for a few decades and creatures entered the Mirage domain along the way, a few decades would pass in the outside world. Meng Sang would definitely run away and no one knew what would happen to the spiritualized universe and the insects. No one could be sure that no other creatures would enter the Mirage domain. In particular, Wei Nu kept watching, which was a big problem. The star toad hurriedly advised, Master Lu, you can't go to the forbidden zone. It's a mess there and you can't understand anything. There's no path to eternal life and there's nothing there. I didn't get anything, but I saw great-grandmother twice. Great-grandmother, shut up. The giant ancestor barked. The star toad wanted to kick him. It was fine if Lu Yin scolded it, but this giant also dared to scold it. It was not afraid of giants and it was not like it had never fought before. It wanted to ask why this giant was here. Shouldn't he be fighting the Eternals in Immemorial City? But it did not ask anything and kept a low profile. It was not a good time to go to the forbidden zone, and Lu Yin did not know when the president would come out. They could only leave someone here to keep an eye on him. The use of the Mirage domain was very subtle. If it was used well, it could transform, but if it was not, creatures from the outside world would enter, which meant that time had passed in the outside world. That would be troublesome. It was very likely that one would see the Tianyuan universe collapsing or the insects spreading throughout the universe. Lu Yin would not stay in the Mirage domain until things had settled down. The Mirage domain could not help him much with his cultivation, and time stop was no longer of much use to him. He needed a sequence foundation and to explore his own path. In the end, the desolate ancestor stayed behind and waited outside the forbidden zone. As soon as the president appeared, he would leave the Mirage domain, and Lu Yin and the others would enter again. Lu Yin's group then left the Mirage domain. The star toad also left. Lu Yin made a deal with the star toad to find the sole true god, and the toad agreed. Doing business was the star toad's misfortune, and Lu Yin was not worried that it would go against his words. The Tianyuan universe was now Lu Yin's world, and the star toad was not stupid enough to help the sole true god. The Eternals had been powerful in the past, and the star toad had done business with humans before. It did not want to stay in the Mirage domain any longer, as the 2 trips to the Forbidden Zone had left a shadow in its heart. The star toad did not know about the spiritualized universe, and Lu Yin was afraid that it would not dare to leave if he told it. If the 2 universes fought, Dooku's level would not be able to determine the outcome. It would be very dangerous for the toad to go out and be targeted by the spiritualized universe, so it would be better to stay in the Mirage domain. However, Lu Yin did not want any accidents to happen in the Mirage domain. The desolate ancestor could handle the president alone, but if the star toad was coerced by the president, it would be troublesome if they joined forces. In short, the Tianyuan universe's lifeforms would all have to fight against the spiritualized universe, regardless of whether they were willing or not. In Lu Yin's position, There were times when even he could not control himself, let alone others. After leaving the Mirage Domain, Lu Yin returned to the Above Heavens sect and found Palace Mistress Yao. She glanced at Lu Yin and fell silent. Lu Yin released the void in his heart and the cauldron bell appeared. He was shocked. You stole the cauldron bell? I killed Bao Qi, Lu Yin said indifferently. Her expression changed. Even though Lu Yin had killed Tianxi and many other spiritualized universe experts, it was not as shocking as Bao Qi's death. Bao Qi was Xianxia and he used the cauldron bell to attack. He was extremely powerful but he had died just like that. End of this chapter. Chapter 3372. For many years, the 7 great Sang heavens of the spiritualized universe had only lost 2 in the consciousness universe. Yuan Qi had fought for the Eternals in Primeval City for so many years without any problems. Xianxia was very difficult to kill, especially since he had a sequence foundation. Bao Qi used the cauldron bell. Even though he was still in the primordial realm, he was still as strong as Xianxia. Where's the president? Palace Mistress Yao asked as she stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin put away the cauldron bell. He ran away but not for long. As long as he's in the Tianyuan universe, he'll still die. Palace Mistress Yao looked away in a daze. Once the news of Xianxia's death spread to the spiritualized universe, it would definitely cause an uproar. There were only 7 Xianxians in the spiritualized universe, and their sequence foundation had been stolen. For the spiritualized universe, this was an irreparable loss. Every single sequence foundation took a very long time to create. When the Sky Devourer umbrella was stolen, the president had threatened countless lives in the Tianyuan universe to force Lu Yin to return it. The sequence foundation was extremely important. Although the cauldron bell wasn't suitable for most people, as long as there was a suitable cultivator, they could become Xianxia. Bao Qi became Xianxia through a trick, but his strength was real. Since you killed Bao Qi, why are you looking for me? I can't find the president. Palace Mistress Yao's tone was calm, suppressing the shock of Bao Qi's death. Lu Yin said, I'm curious. Now that Xianxia is dead, how many people will compete for his position? Palace Mistress Yao was surprised. Who said that? Lu Yin and Palace Mistress Yao looked at each other. I'm more curious about the changes in the spiritualized universe between Yuan Qi and the current era. Palace Mistress Yao looked at Lu Yin deeply. Bao Qi was very proud. He was different from Yuan Qi and me. We have a reason to live, but he could face death because he killed his way out of those people. He took a shortcut, but it wasn't really a shortcut. Bao Qi, who controlled the cauldron bell, suppressed the madness of a group of people, but now that he's dead, those people will go crazy again. Lu Yin stared at Palace Mistress Yao. Who are those people? God-ruling mountain, the gate of many arts. What do you mean? The Imperial God Mountain is where Yu Xianxia cultivates. We don't know much about that place. Even Yu Xianxia doesn't know much about it, but there are always experts there. Those experts belong to the Imperial God Mountain. Many people in the spiritualized universe want to know where those experts cultivate, but they can't find the source. For a person to cultivate from an ordinary person to the level of a sequence law, the amount of resources consumed and the process they went through can be considered legendary. However, the cultivators of Royal God Mountain can't find any traces of them. Many people say that Yu Xianxia can bestow great power to others. This might be the only explanation, just like your Grand Empyrean. Palace Master Yao slowly said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The powerhouse from the Royal Divine Mountain that he could not find had to be from the spiritual cosmos. That was an entire cosmos, and although it could not be compared to a spiritualized cosmos, an entire cosmos that had existed since ancient times had definitely given birth to an absolute powerhouse. The Heaven's Origin universe was very large. The primordial space was only one of the parallel universes of the Heaven's Origin universe, but it had given birth to the above Heaven's Origin universe, where the primogenitor existed. If it were not for the suppression of the primogenitor, the 3 worlds and 6 paths would have broken through to the primordial realm. In order to restart the small spirit universe, Yu Xianxia continued to invest. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The more powerhouses there were, the more parallel universes there would be in the small spirit universe. Lu Yin had found it strange before. Although there were people from the small spirit universe in the spiritualized universe, they were all very ordinary. None of them had reached the level of Palace Master Yao or Tianxi. Now he understood that the true powerhouses of the small spirit universe were at the Imperial God Mountain. Those powerhouses definitely knew that they did not belong to the spiritualized universe, and Xianxia had kept them in the Imperial God Mountain to prevent the news from leaking out. Those who could leave the mountain were all ordinary powerhouses. Bao Qi is from the Imperial God Mountain? Lu Yin asked. Palace Master Yao shook her head. The Imperial God Mountain has powerhouses who can compete for the position of Xianxia. I don't know exactly which powerhouses there are, but they can't be too exaggerated. After all, they failed and could not become Xianxia. The strongest of them might be on par with me. Lu Yin frowned. Was that the case? It was more likely that Xianxia did not allow anyone from there to become Xianxia. Lu Yin had known about the small spirit universe, but Xianxia had not acted because he was Xianxia. Clearly Xianxia was not an absolute master, or at least he could not decide whether Xianxia lived or died. If someone from the small spirit universe managed to become Xianxia, then Xianxia would have a headache. It was possible that no one from the Imperial God Mountain could become Xianxia. After all, they were the powerhouses of the entire universe. They had been suppressed by Xianxia, but Palace Master Yao did not know this. Bao Qi comes from the Door of Techniques, Palace Master Yao said calmly. The Door of Techniques is the place where the sequence foundations are created. To create a sequence foundation, one must have a powerhouse with a sequence law. The Door of Techniques has a sequence foundation that does not belong to the 10 foundation sequences. I don't know how many there are, as there are too few people in Beyond Heaven who know. Bao Qi came from the Door of Techniques and specialized in the sound sequence. He took this shortcut to defeat the other powerhouses. Otherwise he would not have become Xianxia so easily. Palace Master Yao looked at Lu Yin. The Imperial God Mountain and the Door of Techniques are the two places where the competition for the position of Xianxia is the fiercest. There are others, but they are not much of a threat. If news of Bao Qi's death spreads to the spiritualized universe, then people from those two places will definitely come out. Among the first batch of people to attack the Tianyuan universe, there are no absolute powerhouses from those two places. However, Zhang Yan came from the Door of Techniques. Lu Yin asked, "What about your Cloudwater Heavenly Palace?" Palace Master Yao mocked herself. The Cloudwater Heavenly Palace is mine, and the powerhouses inside were all nurtured by me. The Imperial God Mountain belongs to Xianxia, and I am on a completely different level from Xianxia. The Door of Techniques belongs to the entire spiritualized universe, and if one day Beyond Heaven splits apart, the Imperial God Mountain and the Door of Techniques can stand side by side with Beyond Heaven. My Cloudwater Heavenly Palace will have to choose a side to join. However, it is impossible for Beyond Heaven to split apart. The entire Beyond Heaven belongs to the Supreme Realm, and the Supreme Realm is the true ruler of my spiritualized universe. A single word from them can decide the life and death of Xianxia, and even the life and death of Xianxia. Lu Yin realized that he had underestimated Beyond Heaven. The spiritualized universe had a unified cultivation method that had been nurtured for countless years, and the number of powerhouses they had was astonishing. The Tianyuan universe had accumulated all sorts of resources and used parallel spacetimes with different time flows to gather many progenitors in a short period of time. Although the spiritualized universe did not have spacetimes with different time flows, they did not need to do so. The powerhouses that had been accumulated since ancient times were enough. Furthermore, it was not just the spiritualized universe. There was also a small spiritualized universe that had been heavily invested in by Xianxia. There were too many grandmasters, and it was no wonder that there was a saying that there was an upper realm and a lower realm. It was as if Beyond Heaven did not rely on quality but on quantity. There were too many of them. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. There were too many cultivators. Although there are many grandmasters, it is impossible for them to surpass Xianxia, Palace Mistress Yao said. She looked in Yuanqi's direction. You captured Yuanqi and killed Bao Qi. You definitely have the strength to suppress these powerhouses. Lu Yin's gaze was piercingly cold. The problem is that there are too many of them. Palace Mistress Yao did not refute him. Many cultivators could emerge from these two places to compete for the position of Xianxia, and these cultivators would definitely not be Lu Yin's match if they were alone. Lu Yin was someone who could fight against the general president who had grasped the sequence foundation. However, there were too many of them, and once they split up, the Tianyuan universe would be in trouble. Once news of the empty position of Xianxia spread, many spiritualized cultivators would definitely use the Tianyuan universe as a stepping stone to ascend to the position of Xianxia. No one would be able to stop them. Lu Yin understood the meaning behind Bao Qi's death. He had used his own death in exchange for a group of rabid dogs to appear and drag the Tianyuan universe to death. This was Bao Qi, and it matched Lu Yin's first impression of him. However, news of Bao Qi's death would not spread so easily. Meng Sang was already creating a springboard, and even if she could escape back to the spiritualized universe, she would not know that Bao Qi had died. Lu Yin left the sect above the heavens and headed to the border of the Tianyuan universe. Meng Sang should be there soon. On the other side, the star toad left the Mirage domain and immediately returned to its nest. Although its nest had been destroyed by Lu Yin, it was no longer Lu Yin's enemy. It wanted to go back and see if there was anything else that it had not taken and find a more suitable nest. It also had creatures that it could control, regardless of whether they were humans or other creatures. Just like Sir Daheng. It was a pity that Sir Daheng had died. The star toad's nest was located in a parallel universe called Deep Swamp. This parallel universe was filled with whirlpools of water, regardless of whether it was on land or in space. It was similar to the Fifth Mainland's Innerverse, but the Innerverse was a tributary of the Astral River, while this place was filled with all sorts of whirlpools. The star toad felt a sense of familiarity when it saw the whirlpools that filled space. It dove into one of them and headed towards its nest. Suddenly, it stopped and stared ahead with an ominous glint in its eyes. There were humans in its nest. Far away at the bottom of a giant whirlpool, 2 men and a woman were seated cross-legged not too far apart. They seemed to be recovering from their injuries. This was the star toad's nest. The star toad had originally set up a sourcebox array here, and it had even captured a human origin array heavenly master to set it up. Afterward, the star toad had killed that origin array heavenly master so that no one could easily break the array. This sourcebox array had been created by that origin array heavenly master, and no one knew where he had created it. However, Lu Yin had arrived and forcefully broken the sourcebox array, taking away the star toad's collection. If not for that, the star toad would not have been threatened by Lu Yin to attack Tianfa. Now that the sourcebox array had been broken, these 3 could easily enter. The star toad retracted its aura and shrank its body to the size of a palm. It approached the nest and peered inside. "Who's there?" the woman barked. She casually waved her hand, causing a crescent-shaped blade to spin and slash towards the star toad. The star toad was stunned as it had been discovered. It opened its mouth and bit down on the blade, causing it to shatter with a crack. The woman was stunned. What was that? At the same time, the other 2 men attacked simultaneously. One of them used a technique to circulate the power of his finger. His finger moved like a dragon as it pierced through the void. Every time it pierced through the void, the black void would connect and eventually follow the finger to the star toad. End of chapter. Chapter 3373. Another person pointed at the star toad with one hand, and the void shrank as he controlled space. The 3 were all experts. Although they were not sequence law realm powerhouses, they were not weak in the progenitor realm. However, they were still far from the star toad. The star toad merely swung its lotus leaves and destroyed their attacks. An unparalleled power slammed into them, sending them flying and causing them to cough up blood. Their hearts sank knowing that they had encountered an expert. Even sequence law realm powerhouses might not be able to easily injure them, but the star toad could. This made them think that it was above the sequence law realm. They had never seen such a creature in the previous 2 wars. The 3 fell to the ground, unable to move. They could only look at the star toad in fear. The star toad returned to its original size and held a lotus leaf in its hand. The copper coin on its neck made a crisp sound as it grinned and stared at the 3. "How dare you trespass in my territory? Are you courting death?" A quarter of an hour later, the star toad was dumbfounded. How could this be? How could this be? That bastard Lu Yin was truly a troublemaker. These 3 were all spiritualized cultivators. After the battle at the border of the Tianyuan universe, they had seen Palace Mistress Yao get captured and the president and Bao Qi flee, so they had fled as well. The 3 had joined forces, but they were not 2 eye-catching powerhouses. Furthermore, there had been people around to block some attacks for them. They had successfully escaped and arrived at the deep swamp space-time, where they had discovered the star toad's lair. They were unlucky to have chosen to hide in the star toad's lair. The woman had discovered the star toad not because of her strength, but because the star toad belonged to this universe. Its aura was too sensitive to them, and they would have been discovered if they had approached it. The moment they had discovered the star toad, they might have been able to escape. The star toad had been cautious and had approached them secretly because it was afraid that the three belonged to the above heavens. It might not have dared to attack them directly. However, the woman had attacked, so the star toad had no choice but to attack and suppress the three. The three's hearts turned cold. They had been caught by a toad. The star toad's heart was even colder than theirs. The Eternals were gone and the above heavens, no, the Tianyuan universe's enemy had become a spiritualized universe. The star toad had finally understood the Tianyuan universe's current situation. It finally understood why Lu Yin had not allowed it to stay in the Mirage domain. The Tianyuan universe was facing an unprecedented crisis, and that bastard Lu Yin wanted it to help. If it had known that this would happen, it would never have left the Mirage domain. Wasn't that just courting death? The star toad was a creature that was adept at avoiding disasters. It could move between the Eternals and the humans without offending anyone. It wanted to do business with different creatures. Secretly, it would help whoever was in a weaker position. Whether it was the one true god or the Grand Empyrean, none of them had noticed. It was simply too cautious. He hadn't expected to be played by Lu Yin one day. It was vexed. It should have been more careful. Lu Yin's attitude towards it was clearly different from before. If there were no external enemies, why would he let it go so easily? He did not even want to settle Mr. Daheng's debt. "Senior?" asked the woman from the group of three. The star toad glared at him. "What?" The woman was fearful, afraid that she would be swallowed by the star toad. "The strength of our spiritualized universe far surpasses that of the heaven origin universe. We have the upper extreme and lower heaven beyond heaven, the supreme techniques of the 10 base sequences, the God-governing mountain, the gate of various techniques, and so on. This is a place where countless experts gather." The star toad suddenly moved in front of the woman. Its large face was filled with malevolence, and its body was multicolored. Its ferocious aura soared into the sky, and it was filled with bloodthirst and rage. "Are you threatening me?" The woman was terrified. "I wouldn't dare to threaten you, Senior. It's just that our spiritualized universe likes to accept experts like you. Even our mortal enemy, the consciousness universe, has life forms. If you are willing to join our spiritualized universe with your strength, you can compete for the position of Xianxia. You will become an existence second only to the upper extreme and lower God-governing mountain." The star toad stared at the woman and did not speak. Beside the woman, a man swallowed. "Xianxia's position in our spiritualized universe is unimaginable. Countless people compete for it. As long as the supreme extreme does not appear, Xianxia is the ruler. Xianxia is only below one person and above countless others. Our God-governing mountain has experts who have crossed the bitter adversity to compete for the position of Xianxia. With your strength, you can definitely compete for it. As for the heaven origin universe, regardless of whether you help or not, it will definitely be reactivated. The difference between the heaven origin universe and our spiritualized universe is too great," the woman continued. The star toad's eyes moved and swept across the three people. The three were terrified and a chill ran down their spines. After a while, the star toad exhaled and the stench almost made the three vomit. He grinned. "You three are really stupid. If the spiritualized universe is really that strong, why would the three of you try to recruit me? You even said that I can compete for the position of Xianxia? If the three of you can see that I can compete for the position of Xianxia, then it's fine if you don't join this spiritualized universe. But if it's just your words, then you don't have the qualifications." After saying that, the lotus leaf swept across the three people and their faces paled. Their vision darkened and they lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, the three people opened their eyes one after another, and they saw black gas everywhere. This was the aura of death. The star toad had sent them to the above heaven sect. It was not that the star toad was unwilling to join the spiritualized universe, but whether or not it would join would depend on the spiritualized universe's strength. From the looks of it, the above heaven sect still had the advantage, and even if it joined, these three progenitors would not be qualified to recruit it. At the very least, they would need a primordial realm expert. Now that it had sent these three to the above heaven sect, It was expressing its stance and telling Lu Yin not to cause trouble for it. The star toad had also thought things through. Find the only true God? That was impossible. Even if it could find the only true God, it would not do so. It understood the only true God better than anyone else. That guy was as unfathomable as the sea, and the further it was from him, the better. Otherwise, there was no guarantee that it would not fall into that guy's trap. In the star toad's heart, the only true God was still a greater threat than Lu Yin. Lu Yin had relied on the help of many people, and the only true God was invincible. Elsewhere, Lu Yin had arrived at the border of the Tianyuan universe and was looking outside the stone door. Mr. Mu was here as well. He had to keep an eye on Meng Sang. Firstly, he wanted to learn how to create the springboard. Secondly, he wanted to keep an eye on Meng Sang and prevent her from using it to escape. If he destroyed the springboard while he was at it, then it would not be worth it. Not only would he not be able to avenge the massacre of Astral 10, but he would also be giving Meng Sang a piece of information for nothing. Master, how is it? Lu Yin asked. Mr. Mu looked at Meng Sang outside the stone door. I can't learn it. He added too many tricks when creating the springboard. After all, he's an expert at Kuos level, so even I can't see through it. Lu Yin frowned. If even Mr. Mu could not learn it, then it would be even more impossible for others, including himself. Although Mr. Mu's strength had greatly decreased, his eyesight was not inferior to anyone's, including primogeniture Tai Chu. It should be done soon. Although I can't learn it, I can roughly see the purpose of this astrological phenomenon. It uses the current universe as a spring to tear apart everything in it. The stronger one is, the greater the area of the universe that is torn apart, and the greater the force of the spring. Lu Yin sighed in admiration. This is a vision that transcends the universe. We live in the universe, and if we didn't see this astrological phenomenon, we would not have thought of using the universe as a spring. Fortunately, this is an astrological phenomenon. If it was man-made, then this person would definitely surpass the universe. Mr. Mu's tone was grave. Might not be man-made. Lu Yin was shocked. What do you mean? Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin. The spiritualized universe is so afraid of the springboard, but it's not just a guess. They must have discovered something, or else they would not be so afraid. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Eternal life realm? Mr. Mu shook his head. I don't know. It should be that Master Grass who discovered something. At his level, he can skip the universe and look at the world. It's not impossible to use the universe as a spring, but since he was the one who discovered the springboard, there's a high chance that it was created by another powerful creature. The spiritualized universe itself has a sense of danger. Lu Yin looked at Meng Sang. I hope it's just a sense of danger. He thought of the immortal master behind the hive and the existence that had destroyed Mr. Mu's universe. Was it really just a sense of danger? There was more than one fisherman in this universe. The immortal master's bait had already fallen into the Tianyuan universe, and Master Grass was the same. Who else could it be? When one reached the eternal life realm, all common sense would lose its meaning. When Lu Yin had just started cultivating on Earth, how could he have imagined that a creature that transcended common sense like a hive would one day appear? It was born with great strength and endless numbers, and it could even give birth to Xianxia. This was the power of the eternal life realm. Master Grass had unified the spiritualized universe's cultivation method and created the foundation of the sequence. Was this not a power that transcended common sense? The Tianyuan universe would never have thought that sequence particles could be fixed and used to create foreign objects. The eternal life realm surpassed the universe, so they could use the universe as a spring. This was a difference in vision and structure. Unless they jumped out of the universe's limits, they would never be able to catch up to the eternal life realm. Based on the universe plane involved in the springboard made by Meng Sang and the strength of the spring, I can roughly estimate the distance. Based on the distance that the first wave of people from the spiritualized universe reached the Tianyuan universe, his springboard can only jump 1/10 of the distance, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin nodded. 1/10. This means that if he jumps according to the springboard's strongest strength, each jump will take 1/10 of the time, which is about a year. Adding the time needed to make the springboard, it will take 3 years. That's not right. Baoqi and the others arrived in 10 years. We used the springboard, which means that it will take them 40 years to reach the springboard, not the spiritualized universe. Yes, it will take him 2 years to make the springboard. We can't rule out the possibility that he's trying to confuse us, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin nodded. 30 years. 30 years to reach the springboard. If he uses it to return to the spiritualized universe, it will take him 40 years. If he doesn't use the springboard and continues to make it himself, it will take him double the time, which is 60 years. Meng Sang is cunning. Even if he can depart from here, he might not jump according to the maximum distance. He might land halfway and not let us find him. The time taken will increase. We still have to learn how to make the springboard to be at ease. Mr. Mu laughed. In order to get past the stone door, he kept looking for people to test it. This kind of person is very cautious. It won't be easy to get the method to make it. Then we'll force him. Lu Yin looked outside the stone door and shouted, Meng Sang. Chapter 3374. Outside the stone door, Meng Sang looked up in the direction of the Tianyuan universe and met Lu Yin's gaze. Let me tell you something. Palace Mistress Yao said that Xianxia was preparing to go into seclusion before you set off. You should be able to guess what he's going to do, Lu Yin said loudly. Meng Sang sneered. Xianxia is in the consciousness universe. It's up to you to believe it or not. You should know about the relationship between Palace Mistress Yao and Xianxia, and you should know about my methods, Lu Yin said. Meng Sang's expression changed. Many people knew about the relationship between Palace Mistress Yao and Xianxia, as the two were too close. Some said that Palace Mistress Yao was Xianxia's disciple, while others said that she was his lover and daughter. There were all sorts of theories, but in the spiritualized universe, the one who understood Xianxia the most was definitely Palace Mistress Yao. As for Lu Yin's methods, he also understood that Yuanqi had been forced to betray Xianxia, so Palace Mistress Yao might not have been able to survive. Could it be true? Xianxia had gone into seclusion and sent them to the Tianyuan universe at the same time? The timing was too coincidental. He looked at Lu Yin again. Regardless of whether this person was telling the truth or not, they had to return to the spiritualized universe. They could not delay any longer as they only had one chance to restart the universe. This universe was powerful enough, and once Xianxia restarted the Tianyuan universe and stepped into the eternal realm, he might not restart the Tianyuan universe for them. Even if he did, Xianxia would definitely have methods to suppress them. Across from him, Lu Yin smiled. Soon. Mr. Mu nodded. Yes, soon. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Mr. Mu suddenly stepped forward and stared outside the stone door. It's done. Lu Yin opened his eyes and disappeared. At the same time, outside the stone door, there was a huge springboard that was 100 times larger than the one Meng Sang had created. It was called a springboard, but it was actually a majestic celestial body. It was like a monster that occupied the universe and used space as a spring. With the springboard as the center, it moved in a certain direction that led to the spiritualized universe. Outside the spiritualized universe, there was another springboard that was about the same size as the one Meng Sang had created. When Meng Sang's springboard was completed, the largest one among the three universes trembled slightly. And then, the tremor was transmitted to the springboard that led to the spiritualized universe. Spiritualized universe. As the springboard vibrated, many people looked over. It's shaking. The signal is coming. The springboard in the Tianyuan universe has been successfully built. Why is it so late? Any later and we'll have to send a second wave of people over. After all, it's an entire universe. It definitely won't be easy to deal with them. Fortunately, I was cautious enough to invite the three Xianxia to take action. I even brought 4 sequence bases with me. Not only that, but Xianxia of the primordial origin is also here. He also grasps the sequence foundation. Back then, I told you not to underestimate the Tianyuan cosmos. If not for Lord Xianxia's brilliance, this battle would have been a waste of time without the 3 Xianxias. Now that the springboard has been completed, the Tianyuan universe can rest assured. Report this to Lord Xianxia. Since the Tianyuan universe is fine, Lord Xianxia is going into seclusion. What? Seclusion? What about the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe? If they suddenly attack the Tianyuan cosmos, we'll be here if the president and the others suddenly reactivate the Tianyuan cosmos. That won't happen. Lord Xianxia knows what's going on. Besides, even if the Tianyuan universe is reopened, it won't end so quickly. By the way, I heard that the sudden attack on the Tianyuan universe is related to the ultimate extremity. Is that true? Zhou, how can the ultimate extremity be discussed so casually? Are you courting death? Sigh, Lord Xianxia suddenly went into seclusion. I wonder what will happen to the consciousness universe in the Tianyuan universe. In the Tianyuan universe, Lu Yin didn't know that Meng Mingsang's words had come true. Xianxia had gone into seclusion and given up on the consciousness universe in the Tianyuan universe. The moment Meng Mingsang completed the springboard, he immediately used it to escape the Tianyuan universe. Suddenly he looked to his side in a daze. Lu Yin had appeared out of nowhere. Time flowed and Meng Mingsang and Lu Yin were bounced up by the springboard. Suddenly, a small boat of light shuttled around Lu Yin, bringing him and Meng Mingsang away from the springboard. The springboard bounced up and the universe was pulled up like a curtain. There was no one on it. Lu Yin pressed a hand on Meng Mingsang's shoulder and stood in the starry sky. Meng Mingsang stared at Lu Yin, feeling powerless. Lu Yin's hand was like a mountain that completely suppressed her, making her unable to move. The Tianyuan universe isn't a place where anyone can come and go as they please. Meng Mingsang closed her eyes. The power of time. The moment the springboard was completed, Lu Yin crossed the river of time and appeared on the springboard. He watched as time flowed by. He and Meng Mingsang were bounced up by the springboard, and he instantly used a stream of light to bring Meng Mingsang away from the springboard. If he hadn't been able to cross the river of time, he wouldn't have been able to stop Meng Mingsang from leaving. Of course, it was also because he had the ability to cross the river of time that he allowed Meng Mingsang to create the springboard. From the very beginning, it was a competition of whose methods were more powerful. The greatest advantage that the Tianyuan universe had over the spiritualized universe was the power of time. This was something that the president and Bao Qi had a deep understanding of. At this moment, Meng Mingsang understood it better than anyone else. As a powerhouse who had crossed the bitter adversity, he couldn't break Lu Yin's ability to cross the river of time. Master Lu, you don't want to let me go? Meng Mingsang asked in a low voice. Lu Yin's eyes flashed with killing intent. I didn't agree to let you go. I said that whether you can safely return to the spiritualized universe is your business. Is it true that Xianxia is in seclusion? Might be true. Meng Mingsang took a deep breath. If I go back, I might be able to stop Xianxia from reactivating the small spiritual universe. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. It's also possible that you will reactivate the small spiritual universe with him. Meng Mingsang shook her head. Impossible. If Xianxia was willing, he would have reactivated the small spiritual universe with us. Even if only half of the 8 powerhouses had stepped into immortality, the Tianyuan universe couldn't compare to them. However, he has never exposed himself. If I go back, he will most likely finish me off. Since he will finish you off, why do you still want to go back? You have the confidence to reactivate the small spiritual universe with him, right? How could Lu Yin be persuaded by him? From the very beginning, Lu Yin had said that he was using him to create the springboard to delay the reinforcements from the spiritualized universe. Now that the springboard was completed, Lu Yin wasn't sure whether the spiritualized universe would send reinforcements. Perhaps the reinforcements would have already set off before the springboard was completed. If that was the case, he could only blame himself for being unlucky. But it didn't matter. After dealing with Meng Mingsang and Bao Qi, only the president of the spiritualized universe was left. Even if the second wave of reinforcements joined forces, they wouldn't be able to suppress the Tianyuan universe. Although Lu Yin didn't know what Wei Nu's goal was, letting Lu Yin and the others kill Bao Qi in the Mirage would be beneficial for the future battle. Meng Mingsang sensed Lu Yin's murderous intent, but she didn't panic. Master Lu, you have your methods. I was able to cultivate to the position of Xianxia, so I have my own methods as well. Once the springboard is completed, it can either delay the reinforcements from the spiritualized universe, or reinforcements are already on their way. You should hope that it's the first case. But what if the springboard is destroyed at this time? As she spoke, the springboard in the distance suddenly distorted. This was the sign of the astrology being unstable. Lu Yin looked over and his eyes narrowed. This was troublesome. Creating the springboard might prevent the spiritualized universe from sending reinforcements. But if it was destroyed after it was completed, it would only make the spiritualized universe even more wary of the Tianyuan universe. If the springboard couldn't be created, then it could only mean that the battle was intense. If the springboard was destroyed, then it meant that the spiritualized universe had lost. This was because the springboard was the most protected by the spiritualized universe. If it could be destroyed, then it meant that the spiritualized universe was at a disadvantage. This was also a signal, but it was a signal that wouldn't benefit the Tianyuan universe at all. This was also Meng Mingsong's method. If the springboard is destroyed, the spiritualized universe will also know. What do you think they'll do? If the reinforcements didn't depart and the springboard was completed, then the spiritualized universe wouldn't send reinforcements. But now that the springboard is destroyed, the spiritualized universe will definitely be able to guess what happened. The second wave of reinforcements they sent will definitely be much stronger than the first wave. If the second wave of reinforcements from the spiritualized universe set off before the springboard was completed, then it will be even more disadvantageous for you. In order to stabilize the Tianyuan universe, the spiritualized universe will definitely send out a third wave of reinforcements. No matter what the situation is, you're all finished. Xianxia might even make a move. You think that Xianxia wants us to attack or send us away, but I think that he must have sensed the threat of the Tianyuan universe. How will you resist Xianxia's arrival? The situation wasn't as simple as Meng Mengsang had said. Lu Yin was now thinking about Grandmaster Greengrass. He didn't know if Grandmaster Greengrass was in the spiritualized universe or the Tianyuan universe. Grandmaster Greengrass would rather Grandmaster Greengrass be in the Tianyuan universe and hadn't made a move until now. He definitely had his misgivings. If Grandmaster Greengrass was in the spiritualized universe and discovered that the springboard had been destroyed, then it would be easy for Grandmaster Greengrass to come over. If an Eternal Realm powerhouse came, then no matter what kind of restrictions he faced, it would be a disaster for Lu Yin and the primogeniture. Lu Yin praised, as expected of an expert who could cultivate to Xianxia's level. He didn't underestimate Meng Mengsang, but he didn't know much about the spiritualized universe and the springboard. Even if he did, there was nothing he could do against Meng Mingsong's desperate method. Mr. Mu arrived. Give me some time to stop the springboard from being destroyed, but I don't have that much time. Meng Mengsang said, 60 breaths. Master Lu, either I die or you take a gamble. Bet that I'm lying and that the spiritualized universe doesn't know that the springboard has been destroyed. Lu Yin immediately let go. You can leave. Meng Mengsang was astonished and looked at Lu Yin. But if you hand over the springboard's construction method, I'll agree to let you go, Lu Yin said. News of the president's first wave of people being defeated had yet to spread to the spiritualized universe, which meant that they were in the open while the spiritualized universe was in the dark. He couldn't gamble on whether the spiritualized universe would find out about the springboard's destruction. If he lost, then the Tianyuan universe would face an unprecedented disaster. The sole true God had yet to be dealt with and the hive was still a problem. If the spiritualized universe were to be summoned, especially Xianxia or Master Grass, then they really wouldn't be able to stop them. As the highest decision-maker, it was normal for him to not have a choice. He really wanted to kill Meng Mengsang to avenge the people of Astral 10, but he had to suppress his hatred. He would get his revenge sooner or later.